Wait.
I don't sign am back.
Hmm?
Don't do I don't display no display.
Eh,
Remove and press am.
ṣó ti wà ní? Ok. Ìgbà mo gbé wálẹ̀ kan ni.
I'll carry am back.
Hmm.
Where now?
Dúró. Wàhálà tí mo gbé duplicate wà. Nǹkan tí mọ́nítọ̀ ṣe dá mi. Situation, I don't have situation to, but at the same time, you guys can help out. Èmi máa ń ṣe ẹ̀rọ. Ẹ lọ wo bóyá snap. Good afternoon, everyone.
Media, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Please let's all be seated. Those sitting at the back, please let's move forward so that the hall can be full and we can kick off. Please help us move forward. Those at the back, please let's all have our seats. We are standing, you are on a long team. Please let's all be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sirs and mass. I'm Dr. Oladotun Binori, and I'm the MC of today's event. And by MC, I don't mean Master of Ceremony. My own MC is Money Collector, MC, Money Collector. So I will collect a lot of money here today. So if you are standing, I will collect 1,000 naira from you. If you are standing, please let's all be seated. My own MC is Money Collector. We shall be going straight into the event of the day, and we'll start with an open prayer. Mrs. Moelikeji Gold, please help us move forward to have a word of prayer, then the event can start properly. Let's start with God. Ma, you can start, sir. Please let's all be seated. Let's all be standing. It's time for prayer. Please let's all be on our feet for prayers. Please let's all stand. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Let us pray. Our dear Father in heaven, we appreciate you this time. We bless your holy name for everything you've been doing in our lives, especially for the 20th anniversary. We want to thank you, King of Glory, for what you have been doing, O God, in the year past. Be thou exalted, O Lord, in the name of Jesus. Our dear Father in heaven, we thank you for the program we've been able to do this morning. We also thank you for this segment, O Lord. We pray you're going to take all the glory in the name of Jesus. Our God and our Father, we pray, God, that at the end of today's program, Lord, we pray it shall have great impact in the life of everyone here in the name of Jesus. And you will strengthen the university, you will strengthen staff and every parent here in the name of Jesus. The university's vision will not go down in the name of Jesus. King of glory, you will be our God indeed in this university in the mighty name of Jesus. and people will see us and see your glory in dwelling in our life in Jesus' name. In Jesus' name we pray.
Please let's remain standing while we have the national anthem and the university anthem. The IT. Thank you. Please, may all be seated. I especially welcome each and every one of us to today's event. I welcome you all to Bells University, where both parents and students are tested. The students are tested through exams, while parents are tested through school fees and invoices. All on our test now. Please, let's all be comfortably seated. Please, let's put our hands together to welcome the chairperson of BUPF, in person of Mrs. Adeforoke Ayoponle, to establish the protocol for today's event. That's what I have here. Ma? Oh, please, my apologies for the mix-up. The PRO should please. Please, let's jam our hands together for the secretary to come over to establish the protocol for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's auspicious event. I'd like to start by recognizing the presence of some dignitaries that are here today, beginning with the former Vice Chancellor, Professor Israel Adeyemi, Isaac Adeyemi. Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, who is understandably absent from this gathering right now. The Deputy Vice Chancellor, I'd like to welcome you, my Professor Ngozi Arisa. I'd like to welcome the Dean of the College of Natural and Applied Sciences. You're welcome, ma. And I'd also like to welcome the chairperson of the BUPF, Madam Adeforoke Ayoponle. Thank you so much. Welcome every one of the executive committee of the BUPF, and also the past chairman of the Bells University Parents Forum. Thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you so much to our keynote speaker who was able to make it here today. Thank you to all our panelists, and of course, we thank the members of the university community, our deans, our directors present, our head of department. Thank you all for being here today. To our students, thank you for making this event a memorable one. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much for establishing the protocol. So while I stand on the well-established protocol, please permit me to, with all due respect, ask the members of the governing council of BUPF to please go to the have their seats at the high table. Please. So again, I need to give this very important information. They're not around. Huh? Oh, okay. Please, the principal officers, the vice chancellor, the deputy vice chancellor, please let's make it to the high table, please. The deputy vice chancellor, chairman of BUPF, please. Okay. All right. Please, my apologies once again for the mix-up. So to go to the high table will be the Vice Chancellor, who is presently not here with us, in person of Professor Oludele Jodiro, followed by the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, in person of Professor Ngozi Uzo Arisa. Please let's put our hands together for her. She's already on the high table. Next in line should be the registrar in person of Mr. Lamidi Tafa, who is presently not in our midst. While he's still not here, let's put our hands together for him in absentia. Also to be on the high table is the bossa in person of Mr. Shino Omotayo Adepoju, who is also not in our midst right for now. Let's put our hands together for him also in absentia. To be on the high table is also the university librarian in person of Dr. Felicia Yusuf, who is also not here with us for now. Please, while the program will be going, while the program is going on, when they are coming in, I will please invite all of us to be on our feet to welcome them while they are coming into our tables. But to also be on the high table is the chairperson of BUPF in person of Mrs. Ayo Ponle. Please let's put our hands together for her. Next on the agenda is the keynotes. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. I don't know. Okay, you do that for this. Okay, all right. Please, we need to recognize the presence of the executive member. Please, while we call their name, we want them to please stand up for recognition while the Why everyone will clap for them. Please let's welcome and recognize the presence of Engineer Professor Musa Omotayo Jimo, MNSA Koren, the first Vice Chairman. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. Please, let's also put our hands together for Professor Taiwo O. Olorin, PhD, MNIFST, the VC representative and second Vice Chairman. Also to be recognized is the Secretary of BUPF in person of Mrs. Agama Josurobo, MNCS. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Eminently present is also the first Assistant Secretary in person of Professor Oluwafemi S. Enolobo, MNSE. I'm doing that. Yeah. Also in our midst is the registrar representative and the second Assistant Secretary, Mrs. M.H. Idowu Gold. Please, let's put our hands together for her. Also in the house is the treasurer of BUPF in person of Mr. Dayo Ononuga, FC. The financial secretary is equally here in person of Mr. Majobaje Ismail Olaleko, HND, BSc, MSc, ACIT, ACPP, ACA. Please let's put our hands together for him. My mind is at rest that no money will be missing. The legal advisor is also to be recognized. We have in person of Barrister Asisat Olani. The public relation officer in person of Mr. Taiwo Olufumibi should also be highly recognized. Thank you, sir. Please, let's also welcome Alhaji Femi Ogusoya, FCA, the auditor of BUPF. Please, let's also put our hands together for the ex-official one in person of Mr. David Kolawole Oladapo. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. Last but not the least is ex-official 2 in person of Mrs. Taiwo Olatuji. Please, let's put our hands together for him. For her. All right. To join the high table is our keynote speaker for today in person of Professor Ade Fatai Adeniyi, Professor of Physiotherapy, University of Ibadan and University College Hospital. Please help us join on the high table. Thank you very much. We can do better. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Next on the agenda is the welcome address from the chairperson of BUPF in person of Mrs. Mrs. Adefewoke Ayo Ponle. Please let's dance together as we welcome her to the stage for the welcome address. We can do better. Please let's put our hands together. She is the brain behind today's event. Without her, we won't be here today. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, distinguished Vice Chancellor, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Arisa. Esteemed members of the University Management, Executive Committee of the Bells University Parent Forum,
deans and directors, staff of the university here present, respected faculty, fellow parents, beloved students, ladies, men. It's already afternoon, it is no longer morning. Good afternoon. It is with profound gratitude and immense pride that I address you on this special day. This event tagged the BUPF Day is part of the momentous occasion of the 20th anniversary of Bells University of Technology, Utah. As chairperson of this forum, I'm honored to reflect on our shared journey and the enduring impact of our collaboration since its establishment on 8 December 2007. 20 years ago, Bells University of Technology began as a bold vision, taking roots birthed by the promoter, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Aremu Obasanjo, GCFR, PhD. As an institution committed to academic excellence, innovation, distinction, and character development, with a vision to be a world-renowned university that is committed to the development and transformation of society through environment-friendly technologies and other innovations. Today, the university stands as a testament to what can be achieved when vision meets dedication. And in 17 years of its 20 years of the university journey, the Parent Forum has stood as a steadfast partner, contributing not only resources, but heart, wisdom, and unwavering support. We have been co-builders, co-dreamers, and co-laborers in the mission of shaping future leaders and achieving the university's objective, which is to provide an enabling environment for effective learning and teaching, applying the results of research at the cutting edge of science and technology. What a remarkable journey it has been. Infrastructure and project donation. From the early days, the forum has invested in the physical and academic growth of the university through community-centered needs identification, strategic project implementation, and donations. We have supported infrastructural development of the institution in the listed projects below. Water treatment plant for halls, a 2,050-seater cafeteria complex, a learning center with 44 workstations, a 30-seater Toyota Coaster bus, an 18-seater Toyota high-roof Hiace bus, student friendship center building, boreholes to the hostels, installation of CCTVs and biometrics at the Hall of Residence, 250 computers, tables, and chairs in the ICT, a 500 kVA transformer, reading room in halls of residence, and the upgrade of this multipurpose hall to International Conference Center. We have also gone ahead to build a lecture theater, and then we have also done awards to the best graduating students. We have also introduced the endowment fund to parents who have lost their sponsor in the course of their journey. We have also built the digital billboard. We have revamped the school field. We have also expanded the award ceremony to best graduating students in all colleges. And today, we stood tall and we commissioned the newly extended engineering workshop. These contributions have actually enhanced the learning environment and elevated the university's standing as a center of excellence that impacts knowledge and nurtures creativity, talent, and community. The Endowment Fund, the legacy of empowerment. In our commitment to sustainability, the Parent Forum established the BUPF Endowment Fund. This visionary initiative continues to support students who have, during their study, lost their sponsor, that is, the person paying their school fees, or for whom the sponsor become incapacitated. The forum steps in to support the student through their academic journey, ensuring no child admitted into Bells University of Technology for study drops out due to resultant financial reasons, often experienced upon the loss or incapacitation of a sponsor. the student welfare and support. We believe that education must be holistic in nature. The forum has consistently prioritized the welfare of our children, providing support, health intervention, sports support, and mentorship program. Our goal has always been to ensure that every student feels safe, supported, and empowered to succeed academically and otherwise. The annual seminar, enriching the academic culture of our students. The forum's annual lecture has become a hallmark of intellectual engagement. These events have addressed critical topics from soft skills, digital transformation, behavioral pattern, drug abuse, mental health, thereby bridging the gap between academia and real-world challenges. They have fostered dialogue, inspired action, and strengthened our community. Today's symposium theme, navigating the challenges of university life. A parent-university collaborative approach could not be more timely or relevant. Adao's University of Technology celebrates 2 decades of impact, growth, and resilience. We must also reflect on the evolving landscape of university life and the shared responsibility we bear in shaping the outcome and future of our children. University life, while exciting and transformative, is not without its challenges, from navigating academic pressure and emotional stress to financial constraints and social distractions. Our undergraduate students face a complex web of experiences that can either build or break them. Some they have been equipped for, and others that cause them to struggle through their university life. While we trust the university with the duty of care and that of imparting knowledge, and as parents, we often watch from the sidelines, hoping, praying, and sometimes worrying. But today, we affirm that we are not just spectators, we are partners. This symposium is a call to action. It is a declaration that the success of our children is a collective mission. The university provides the structure, the curriculum, and the mentorship. We, as parents, provide the emotional scaffolding, the moral compass, and the unwavering support required for them to fulfill their mission. As undergraduates, when these two forces align, the result is a nurturing ecosystem where students thrive. A collaborative learning environment. Let us explore new ways to collaborate through regular dialogue, feedback mechanism, wellness initiative, and mentorship program. Let us build bridges of trust and transparency between the home and the campus. Let us listen to our children, not just with our ears, but with our hearts. To the university leadership, we commend your dedication and vision. To the faculty, we salute your tireless effort in shaping minds. To our fellow parents, we celebrate your sacrifice and commitment. And to our students, our pride and our future, we say you are not alone. We walk this journey with you. To every parent who has served, mentored, simply shown up, thank you. Your belief in BUPF University of Technology has been our strength. Your contributions have shaped not just buildings, but lives. To the man who stands tall in the creation of this forum, former Vice Chancellor, Professor Isaac Adebayo Adeyemi, we say thank you, sir. To the Vice Chancellor, Professor Jeremiah Oludele Ojediru, thank you so much for the immense support you have given us over the last 9 years of your training, sir. We do not take such for granted. To all the past BUPF chairmen, thank you very much for your sacrifices. All ESCO members, past and present, we say thank you very much. To the BUPF Student Executive, past and present, we say thank you. See all collectively achieve together. As we look ahead to the next 20 years, I implore us all to continue to build, to serve, and to dream together. Thank you, and may this symposium strengthen our bond, ignite lasting partnership, and inspire solutions that will carry BUPF University into its next glorious chapter as we continue to build the next generation of leaders to make our nation and continent better. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma. Please, let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Well, thank you very much, ma, for that wonderful welcome address. I hope you remember that we are still in university environment. So please, let's all tear a sheet of paper, write your name and matric number, and in no more than 5 lines, summarize the entire speech that you just listened to. Please, all assignments should be submitted to my, oh, sorry, I thought I was in class. You know, this is where you have lecturers that turn everything to assignments and classwork and tests. You are here already, yes. Thank you very much once again, ma, for that wonderful welcome address. Next on our agenda is welcome address from the Vice Chancellor, who is ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor in person of Professor Ngozi Uzo Arisa, MNIF. FSC, Please let's put our hands together as she comes to the podium for the address of the Vice Chancellor. We can do better, please let's clap. Who does it intro, another does it himself. She's representing the Vice Chancellor. This is better.
Okay. The Vice Chancellor in absentia, our former Vice Chancellor here present, members of management also absent here, deans and directors, our parents, students, members of staff, you are all welcome to this symposium. I want to make a correction, please. My name is Ugo, not Uzo. So Ngozi Ugo Arisa. Thank you, please. So Ugo, yes. So I'll start by reading the address by the Vice Chancellor. Protocol, which I have established. Welcome. On behalf of the hierarchy of the university management, staff, students of Bells University of Technology, and with great pleasure, I welcome you all to the one-day symposium thoughtfully put together by Bells University Parents Forum as a part of the activities commemorating the 20th anniversary and 17th convocation ceremonies of Bells University of Technology. We'll go down a little bit to the history of the university. Established by the Bells Educational Foundation, Bells University of Technology is the first private university of technology in Nigeria. It obtained its operating license in 2005, the year 2005, and commenced operations on the 1st of July of the same year. Thus, we mark our 20th anniversary in the glorious year of 2025. The university has witnessed remarkable landmarks, developments, and achievements. For this, we acknowledge the vision of the founding fathers for investing in the education sector. And let me affirm that they have provided the strong platform on which we stand today to educate ourselves. Bells University Parent Forum. Bells University Parent Forum, BUPF, is the collective parents' guidance of our students. This makes us all veritable stakeholders in the education, development, and well-being and future of our students. That is, your words and our children. I commend the thoughtfulness and foresight of my predecessor, Professor Isaac Adebayo Adeyemi, for betting this great initiative upon which we have continued to build. Prof, thank you very much, sir. I also commend the successive leadership of the forum, who have stood true and firm to the ideals, setting it up over the years by being true partners to the university management.
we appreciate the BUPF's various and timely intervention programs, which have always been thoughtful and responsive. I make bold to speak on behalf of our promoter, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, PhD, that you are highly appreciated. Today's event, navigating the challenges of university life, can be a daunting, complex, and multifaceted experience, especially for those young ones. Hence, the need to ensure a balanced outlook towards this by paying close attention to the various components therein. This, I believe, underscores the importance attached to today's symposium. It is very important that conscious efforts are synchronized towards structure that will positively impact these young ones, especially at times like this, when they are still impressionable and pliable. These structures cover such areas as student success in academic management, mental health support, as well as career guidance. It is therefore heartwarming that the Bells University Parent Forum, BUPF, is hosting this symposium to address such a topic that is dear to our hearts. Also, I am glad to know that the array of our resource persons and their backgrounds, which is indicative of the concern of BUPF and the interest in the well-being and future of our children. It is in line with this that I wish to personally recognize and appreciate our keynote speaker, Professor Adeniyi, Professor of Physiotherapy, University of Ibadan, and the University College Hospital, UCH Ibadan. I also recognize and appreciate our impressive panelists here today, Professor Olubukola Kuforidi, the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, former Deputy Vice Chancellor, former Dean of Students, Bells University of Technology, Ota, Professor Abayomi Akindele Oscar, Professor of Psychology, Olabisi Onabanjo University, Ago-Iwoye, Dr. Segun Oke, former Zonal Commander, NDLEA, Lagos and Ogun State, Mr. Toby Animashaun, alumni of Bells University of Technology and former president of Bells University Students Association. In closing, I wish to congratulate the leadership of BUPF for being true to the forum's mandate and for this thoughtful initiative and beautiful outing. Also, I warmly welcome our guests, resource persons, and other stakeholders for identifying with us today. I have no doubt that we all would be glad we came here today. May I charge our students to pay close attention to every detail to be gleaned here today accordingly. Once again, I welcome you all to Bells Tech, where only the best is good for Bells. This speech has been read on behalf of Professor Jeremiah Oludele Ojediro, RE, Koren, FNSE, FNIAE, Vice Chancellor, Bells University of Technology, today, the 22nd day of October, 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Please let's put our hands together for that wonderful speech. Please, those at the back, let everybody please move forward. Please help us move forward so that, please move forward. Everybody on the other side of the road, please move forward and sit in front. Students over there, please. It's a command, though. Help us move forward. We have empty seats here. Please move forward. I hope you can all hear me. Please help us move forward. It's very important to move forward. We need to hear what we are saying here. We can see occupied seats on my left-hand side here. Next on our agenda is the address of the keynote speaker. Please, let's all put our hands together for Professor Fatai Adeyemi as he stands for his citation. He's a professor of physiotherapy at the University of Ibadan, University College at the University College Hospital.
Born on July
Please, let's put our hands together for him.
23, Professor Adeniyi has spent his life exemplifying leadership, from head boy in primary and secondary schools to president of the Association of Physiotherapy Students at the University of Ibadan. He joined the university as a lecturer in 2008 and rose to the rank of professor in 2016. A respected educator and researcher, his work focuses on physical activity and health promotion, particularly in the prevention and control of non-communicable diseases such as diabetes. His research has deepened understanding of how fitness, fatigue, and other modifiable factors influence diabetic complications. With over 120 publications and more than 90 supervised theses, Professor Adeniyi has shaped generations of physiotherapists, many now serving as senior academics across the world. He has served as visiting or adjunct professor at leading universities in Nigeria and South Africa, including Maiduguri, Benin, UTT, Queensland, and Northwest University. He is also an external of physical activity and executive board member of the Nigerian Heart Foundation and leads the Exercise in Medicine Nigeria National Center, affiliated with the American College of Sports Medicine. He has also served 2 terms as Deputy Provost, College of Medicine, and is currently Director of General Studies at the University of Ibadan. Beyond academia, he is a dedicated family man and community leader, serving as a worldwide president of the Ibadan College of Medicine Alumni Association and chairman of the Kishi Progressive Union Ibadan branch. He is married to Dr. Yetunde Adeniyi, a consultant child and adolescent psychiatrist, and they are blessed with 3 children. Please join in welcoming our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor A.L. Adeniyi.
Thank you very much, sir.
Which program would you prefer, this or that? Which? Here, sorry.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And I must say that I am very excited to be here. And I know that we have spent a lot of our time, but I will try to make it as fast as possible. I am not surprised that it is raining, because as a July Peking, I was told that the day I was born, it rained very heavily. So, so if this is happening, it's just a testament to the way I actually came around to this world. Let me start by recognizing most sincerely the Vice Chancellor of Bells University of Technology, Professor Jeremiah Ojediran. So, I recognize the Vice Chancellor, ably represented this afternoon by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Ngozi Ariza. By the way, Professor Ariza is a very distinguished alumnus of the greatest University of Ibadan. I would also like to recognize this afternoon someone who I admire so much, the former Vice Chancellor of Bells University of Technology, Professor Ivy Adebayo Adeyemi. Incidentally, I have an entirely different relationship with Professor Adeyemi because we are both together in the executive board of the Nigerian Heart Foundation. Professor Adeyemi is a member of the Nutrition Committee and also the Director of Scientific Affairs of the Nigerian Heart Foundation. And we have had the opportunity of learning a lot at his feet. And I'm very grateful for all that you have done, and I'm very excited to see you again, sir. I recognize all members of management of Bells University of Technology, and I thank you for having me in this very beautiful university. When I came in yesterday night, I have not seen enough of the campus. So this morning, very early, around 6 a.m., as a physiotherapist, I normally take a walk. So I walked around the campus, and I think I was very impressed about what I saw about the campus. This should have been a lot of work from the past and present management of the university. Before I go on, let me quickly also recognize my dear sister and friend of my family, the chairperson of the Bells University Parent Forum, the very energetic barrister. E for energy, that's what I Barrister Adefunke Ayeponle. Congratulations, and I think you have done a very great job. And of course, through you, I recognize all members of the executive of the Bells University Parent Forum. Thank you all, because together you have all changed the fortunes of this university. I also recognize all the parents who are here today, because without parents, there will be no BUPF. I recognize you all, and I pray that at the time when all your labors, when you are going to reap from the fruits of your labor, you will not be found wanting. May all your efforts be rewarded. I finally recognize the most important stakeholders, the greatest students of Bells University. I recognize you all, and congratulations. Please let me have my slides. Thank you. Today, I have been asked to talk about, it's supposed to be a very brief lecture, actually, navigating the challenges of university life, a parent-university collaborative approach. And you have my slides over there, and is a very brief one. And I've done the courses already, except for the founder and promoter of this university, former president of Nigeria, His Excellency Chief Dr. Olusegun Aremu Obasanjo, GCFR, who was here with us earlier this morning but had to leave. I recognize him as well. And I've had a lot of encounters with Baba at several occasions, both here and in the United States. And, and it's always a pleasure having him with us. Now, this topic, originally, I felt, okay, so what do I have to say about this? But it then occurred to me that really I can speak to this topic because I was very close with students and student activities and life. Right from childhood, head boy in my primary school, head boy in my secondary school, and president of the Association of Physiotherapy Students in the university. So I was actually a very active student. And various university committees and senior staff, disciplinary panels in the university, and of course student disciplinary panels in the university where I've had to function in official capacities. And I've been head of department, I've been global president of Alumni Association, and I've been deputy provost, and currently the director of the Center for General Studies of the University of Ibadan. And that is one center that is a mouthful. The entire students of the University of Ibadan, and those on the distance learning program, and those on affiliated institutions, they all must take general studies. About 6 different courses in general studies before they leave the university. And I have to coordinate the whole of that. And of course, this topic also has some link with community. And I am currently the chairman of Kishi Progressive Union. All our elders refused that I leave. And I've been chairman for 15 years. Actually, I was chairman before I became 40. And we had several grandfathers who decided that I should be the chairman. And they have not allowed me to exit. So I can fairly speak to this topic. So let's look at what university life is. And I have these pictures from Best University depicting some views that we can address as student life. But before any problem can be discussed, it is important that we consider problem-solving apparatus. And the very first one in that is the identification of a problem. And when the problem is identified, I think to a large extent, we have been able to decide which direction to go. And that is exactly what the BUPF has done today. Now, university life, we talk about university life a lot, and I went into a research and I discovered something that I totally disagree with. And that is to say that if you check around, generally when you talk about university life, it revolves all around the students. And I kept wondering, the students alone did not make university life. And the earlier we carry along all the other components of the university, the better for the students. Everything will be perfect for the student, and the other components are not in good order, then that student is not going to have a good life in the university. So the student life, university life is not limited to students because, like I said, a tree does not make a forest. In the real sense of it, university life entails all of these components and probably much more. And so when you talk about university life, you have to think about the different communities that are involved, the alumni, the students, the faculty, the suppliers, the government agencies, and so on and so forth, and then the parents. They all form the university life. The reason is that any problem with any of these components will have its toll on the students at the end of the day. It will affect students' life. And that is why it is important. But that notwithstanding, I will still comply with what resources have provided. And that is to talk about university life as it is. Even though, like I said, to me, university life goes beyond talking and revolving around the student. So university life refers to the total experience, an academic, social, personal, and developmental that the student undergoes while studying in a higher institution of learning. It is not just a single entity. As you can see, there are so many components to that definition. And when you don't have, or when you have any component not fitting in, then there's a problem with that university life. It is characterized by intellectual growth. And the other three I have presented on in red ink. That's university life. It is a time when the students undergo self-discovery. It is a time when, let me use my own slide so that, yes. So it is a time when the students have to discover him or herself. It is a time of independence and transition into adulthood. By the way, one other thing I forgot to mention when I was talking about what I thought made me qualified to deliver this talk is that, again, in my house, I live with a child and adolescent psychiatrist. And my wife is who I'm talking about. She's a psychiatrist. And she's a psychiatrist of children and youth. So she deals entirely with children and youth. So I have a whole lot of training, so to say, right within the house. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I pick up one or two issues here and there. But that entire transition, this triad, is a whole lot of confusion for an undergraduate who is just coming into the university. Now, university life is often viewed as a learning community. That is what it is. And beyond learning community is also a social environment and is a formative center. So everything a student becomes later on in life, it's honed in the university. Now, it represents the dynamic interplay among students, faculty members, administrators, and the wider community. And that is why university life definition and interpretation cannot end by just talking around students. If you don't talk about the students, the faculty members, the administrators, and the community, university life will not be complete. So I came up with this cortex that I called cortex. It's entirely my creation. I designed it myself. And I just looked at it. What will make a university life? The university itself is there, but before that existence is the proprietor or the founder. And then you have the parents, and then you have the stakeholders. Who are those stakeholders? You'll get to know, because we are talking around the stakeholders today. Now, the proprietor or the founder, they have that vision, the philosophy, and the leadership behind the creation of that institution. And they have that vision. But then that vision would not materialize if there are no students. So that is very important. But then the students will also not be in that university if that university was not created. So if someone didn't have the vision to create that university, it's not going to come up. University of Ibadan was created in 1948, and the vision is still going on as to today. Well, this is one of my pictures with the founder of the Bells University. At a point, he paid a visit to our office in the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan. And that's a picture of our, I think about 2 years ago or thereabout. Now, the university, once that vision has been given life to, then the university has to stay. The university has to begin. And this university started this 20 years ago, after the vision. But then everything about the university has to be in tandem with the vision of the university. So university itself is also a very key player in the university life. Then we have the external stakeholders. Here we have the students. Those are the ones we are going to talk about a lot. They are the primary focus of all academic and developmental activities in the university. But apart from that, there are other stakeholders, the academic staff and the non-academic staff, or non-teaching staff, whichever one. They all form part of the stakeholders of the university life. So if we talk about students, every other thing has to be well with academic staff and with non-academic staff. As you know, those of us in public university, we have been on strike, a warning strike. But I heard that has been called off a while ago, the warning strike, and maybe another month ultimatum given again. But then, because the university lecturers are clamoring for a better welfare, and in that system, welfare of students, welfare of academic staff, welfare of staff generally, will also have a lot of impact on the welfare of students. Now, the fourth part of the quartet are the parents. Now, the parents form the foundation of support for the student. I'm going to talk about that very soon, and you find out that in reality, the entire university life that we are talking about begins from home. We need to have a paradigm shift about how we raise our children. Now, summary of the quartet. The proprietor sets the direction and ensures resources are available. The university provides the platform for learning and growth. And then the stakeholders, the students, the staff, they execute the operations of the university. And those are the ones that bring the vision to life. In that case, there will be no vision, or that vision will not have life in it if we do not have these internal stakeholders. And of course, the parents will support, fund, and nurture the students. Together, they form a continuous cycle of collaboration and interdependence that drives the life of an institution. Now, in the university life that we're talking about, for the staff, especially the academic staff, teaching, research, community service, and in local parentis, this is what we are to these students in the university. We stand in as their parents. So nothing should go wrong with them because they are with their parents in the university. Technically, that is what it is. Barrister Okonle knows when we say in local parentis, I mean all the lawyers in the house, they know what I'm talking about. We are representing their parents here and we should take care of them. But then the life of a student, academic life, social life, independence and responsibility, that's leading to a lot of shock, several shocks, cultural shocks, spiritual shock, and so on and so forth in the university because they detach from their parents and come to live all by themselves. personal growth, preparation for the future. Now, what are the challenges in the university that we need to work to solve? Generally, there are several challenges, and the ones that I'm going to talk about right now, briefly, are the ones that we call the general challenges in the university, and this is applicable to essentially all universities. Chronic underfunding. But then, of importance to any university staff is the poor remuneration. But all of these problems, decaying infrastructure, staffing issues, shortage of qualified staff, systemic corruption, poor IGR, and so on. Undue bureaucracy and red tapes, insecurity. These are all issues that are university issues, that affect what we call the university life. But then I'm interested this afternoon talking about the challenges that are specific to students. And I'm sure the students that are here, that are listening, will probably agree with me. And some of them are the ones under different headings: social and emotional challenges. This is a very serious one, because this essentially masks everything that the students have acquired. I have seen parents cry. I have seen parents in severe devastation because of their children in the university. Homesickness and loneliness will can come in when they come into the university, but then the fact that they are going into independence and they have to form relationships with people, and they have peer pressures to undertake a lot of vices that are there: drugs, alcoholism, and so on and so forth. All manners of social vices. They're there. They all form what the university life has to correct and has to shield the students from. And more importantly, mental health. We deal with youths who are developing into adolescents rather, who are developing into adults. And in this stage, there is a lot of confusion in their heads, and they need support. Don't forget the fact that they are in the university. University students need support. They are babies as far as parents are concerned. Many of them break down. I have seen students break down all across the spectrum. Now, we discover, research has it that there is a lot of strong association of university student life challenges with mental health and self-rated health. And in a longitudinal study, they found out that university student life has very direct relationship with mental health and general health of students. And this is very, very important for us to note. And we also know from research that freshman adaptation to university life, depressive symptoms, stress, and coping. In that, we found out that this is very rampant among university students. Depression, stress, and even some other things that are faulty with the coping mechanism for the students. Those coping mechanisms are part of the university life that any university that is really works its standard must have in place. Now, beyond mental health issues, we also have academic challenges around the students' life. Academic pressure, time management, and study skills and concentration. Many students cannot handle a lot of things on their own. Now, financial challenges is another problem. Availability of funds, and then high cost of living that has shut availability away from students. Probably in the last two years, maybe parents brought in their students in Best University. And then suddenly things changed, and they are no longer able to cope. Other challenges, accommodation, commuting. Students stay off campus, they stay here and there and all that. There are a lot of issues, a lot of dangers, a lot of problems moving from one place to another. Now, how do we solve all of these problems? There are several ways to solve these problems, but one very key approach is to ensure that these components of the university life are looked into one after the other. Of course, we don't have time for that. And my focus this afternoon is to look at university and the parents. How can they synergize to deal with the university life? How can they collaborate? And that is why we have university and parents highlighted. Now, parent-university collaborative approach, what does it look like? There are a lot of solutions to these problems or challenges with the university life of a student. But then the solutions, we are looking at collaboration between the university and the parents. So for the universities, we have a lot of solutions that they can offer. And I'm going to talk about this one just briefly. Now, financial and administrative solutions. The universities will need increased funding. And of course, improve financial management, grant autonomy, combat corruption, and appointment of competent administrators is very important. All of these turn around to haunt our students because of one thing that or the other faulty in this setup. Academic and infrastructure solutions. More staff, improve infrastructure, modernize curricula. I'm happy Bells University, when the Vice Chancellor was speaking earlier, he talked a lot about modernizing the curriculum of the Bells University, and that's good, and that's the way to go. And of course, I know that Bells University is leveraging on technology. Technology in teaching, technology in doing so many other things. Now, in addition, the university also has the responsibility to motivate staff, to be interested in the welfare of staff, to invest in staff development and improve security and enhance assessment and feedback. Assessment and feedback is very important because it helps us to change our ways. And that assessment, we, like the MC said the other time, we like to give tests to students. But students must also assess us, and I believe this happens at Boston University. Students must also assess us and tell us how we are faring. Other solutions involve stakeholders, honor agreements, and so on. These are all in the stable of the universities. Now, the big masquerade. Parents. How do we collaborate with the university to enhance the life of our students in the universities? And I'm starting by saying that charity begins at home. We all have it a duty to take care of our children. We have to provide a stable home environment that values education and lifelong learning. We have to encourage goal setting. We have to reinforce ethical behavior, discipline, and respect. Now, a lot of times, we are quick to point fingers to university students that are misbehaving. For goodness sake, these students are products of homes. They emanated from one home or the other. So the university is not a magician. The university will try its best to manage to improve the life and the outcome of the student. But then, remember, they are just going to spend 4, 5, 6 years in the university. And they are coming in maybe at 16 or something. They have spent about 16 years or 15 or 18 years with you as parents. And then you want the life to be turned around in a few years. It doesn't work that way. So the parents have a lot of responsibility with respect to student life. Yeah, a lot of student life, a lot of issues that we talk about, just trace back to the problem. You find the root right from the home. We need to manage the expectations of our of our university students. This is a problem because these students have a lot of expectations. They get disappointed simply because their expectations were not real. We need to talk to them. We need to encourage them as parents. We need to let them seek help if they need to. We need to encourage them. We need to let them realize that seeking help is not a sign of weakness. If they need to seek help, let them do so. Let them speak up. And of course, as parents, stay connected with your students, with your children in the university. Don't just be a parent during holiday. Follow them up. We have the opportunities to do that. We discovered, from research finding that 5-year students' adjustment to university life, first-year students' adjustment to university life, is a function of relationship with parents. Those students who come into the university and they are able to cope very well are providing testament to the good relationship they have enjoyed at home. Students who have it very rough at home will likely have it rough in the university as well, because it is going to just follow them about. In this biography that was written by my wife during my 50th birthday, tenderly molded through the pen, and the reason I'm bringing this up is that it has something to do with parents and support to their children in the university. And this, in this biography, the very first female professor of physiotherapy in Africa, Professor Aniola Soya, who happens to be my mentor, wrote the foreword. And in that foreword, she talked about my mom. And she said, Mama Titile saw the glorious destiny of her son, which nobody else saw, and she was determined to spend and be spent to achieve her dream of him. Even though she didn't see the big one, her tenacity went quite far. And I joined the author to celebrate the memory of this great mother who was determined to encourage excellence in her son through education. And that is what it is. This is the spirit. On a good day, I should not be here. And during my inaugural lecture last year, I told a story that I was meant to be a roadside organizer. But my mom refused and changed that destiny. So that is what we are talking about. It is not going to be easy. The parents have a whole lot to play. So forget about the university. Put in your best first, and then the university will do the rest. Now, thank you. So, let's leave the parents, the preliminaries, let's leave that alone. And we are still talking about parents. Academic and moral support. I'll be done in a few minutes, no problem. Now, encourage good study habits and time management for your children. It starts from home. If they do not manage their time, they come into the university, find freedom, and never settle with their studies. They will go round and round and round and round and become problems. They may eventually graduate, but they will not be able to pick their pieces together. Be interested, and just because of time, more importantly, are you a parent who is not following his or her child on social media? Please follow your children on social media. Know what they are doing. They will not tell you. They will not tell you, but you spy on them on social media. It gives you a window into how they are faring. We have seen parents. We have seen students. We have handled cases of students who have exhibited suicidal tendencies. Of course, we have made this known on their social media. But how didn't come? Because those who matter didn't see it. Now, partnership and communication with the university is very important in dealing with student life. Join and form parents association. And I think I will call for a very huge round of applause for the Wells University Parent Forum. Thank you very much. I think they are doing a wonderful job. And like I have heard this afternoon, I didn't know, but I heard it this afternoon, that my own very elder, Professor Adeyemi, was part of the foundation of the, actually was the creation of this Best University Parent Forum. Thank you very much, sir. I think the forum has done a lot and still doing a lot. Now, you have to be connected with the student activities in the university. There are so many ideas over there that I cannot even exhaust. Now, financial and material contributions, again, support the institution development through voluntary donations and so on, endowments, partner in resource mobilization, partner with the university to organize fundraising events, and so on. These are all in the ambit of the parents to support the university to enhance university life. Now, promote the university image. Do not be a parent that talks down on the university where your children are. Remember, their marketability will also depend on feedbacks from the community. I want to hire a graduate from Bells University. Why? Because we have very good testimonies about those graduates. So talk to them, talk gloriously about the university where your children attend. Of course, encourage environmental beautification and sustainability. Now, I just pick that up because sometimes we tend probably to overlook it. But it has a lot of ramifications on student life, even the beautification of the environment. And I will show you something here. This is our own research that we found out that depression was very, very high among students. And we discovered that, of course, that is related to poor physical activity, or that poor physical activity and depression, they are directly related. But that is not the issue now. The issue is that we know that physical activity that helps, the students pick a lot of activities on campus, in the sports complex, in their hostels, and so on. These activities need to be encouraged because it enhances their mental well-being and physical, as it were. But then we know that poor or very horrible university environment is going to discourage physical activity. From research findings, we realize that physical activity is going to improve if the environment is beautiful. And that is very important. Now, participating in governance and advisory roles support the university. Advisory boards, committees can be created in the university. As a parent, if you are invited, please be willing to serve. And of course, you can support and offer mentorship all around in the university and outside of the university. If you are chairman of a huge company, be willing to support the university by accepting students to serve as interns in your industry or your company and so on. It helps a lot. And mentorship in all forms and manners will encourage student life. Now, student welfare on campus, there are a lot of problems about the student life that we're talking about. But some of them I'll talk about two that I've highlighted in red. And those ones I'm just going to talk about practical examples that we have done when I was the deputy provost. Of course, I heard the vice chancellor talked about it, and he's back here. You're welcome, sir. And then, of course, the chairperson of BUPF also talked about it. Support to students, indigent students, and so on. Sometimes students were not indigent when they started their courses, but for so many factors, as we already know, before the expiration of the 4 or 5 year program, the student had become indigent. And so he's already in the university. He was not an indigent student when he started. But But things have happened to the parents, and suddenly the status of that student has changed to that of an indigent student. And in a private university, for that matter, I think it's even probably much more serious than that. Because again, if you are even in the private university, so they say that, okay, so why are you indigent in the private university? But the reality is that students can be indigent in the private universities, and they need support. And I know that the BUPF is doing that, but I want to suggest and I want to encourage that we go all out, even sometimes beyond what we can give personally. We can even lobby our friends and so on and so forth to support the cause, to support the system, so that we take these students out of these problems. In the College of Medicine, University of Ibadan, in 2021 rather, I became deputy provost in 2020, and then by 2021 we instituted the first sponsored student program. And I tell you, we just went out to alumni, to parents, seeking for support. And as of today, we have raised over 200 million to support students in the College of Medicine who are indigent. And of course, we also have some other foreign currencies. That has to do with sponsorship to remain in school and to also have subsistence within that. Now, we also look at a lot of student problems. One of the student problems I can see, especially when you recognize the problems of public universities, is accommodation. We went all out looking for funds to build accommodation for students, so to expand the accommodation for students. And currently, we are building a hostel that is going to accommodate about 700 students. Not from government at all. And we went out raising funds. And I can tell you, we have raised over $4 million to support that project. And the project is going on, and we're still looking, because it's a very large project. All rooms are en suite, completely, all the rooms for 700 students. Now, this is what we did, and looking for support from the community. And then this can be done and can be replicated everywhere. Now, fostering sense of community and belonging, I think the Vice Chancellor and of course, especially the founder of the university also talked about this, and I don't need to waste much more time on that. But it is very important because that community life has impact on university life of students. Long-term partnerships and sustainability. Within that university life, we have to make it so beautiful for our students, so that when they graduate, they will look back happily at the institution. And because of looking for funds, remember that donation, the donation I talked about the other time, I'm sure many of you heard about it. Of the funds that came in for that accommodation, $1 million was donated by an alumnus of the College of Medicine. Because he felt the university treated him well. So it is the duty of the university to enhance university life for students, so that when they graduate, they will look back and give back to the system. In conclusion, we know that the Parents Forum can serve as a bridge, as a builder and a benefactor to the university. Bridging communication gaps, building community, and benefiting both students and the institution through shared responsibilities. That is what is going to happen. And for this, again, I thank the BUPF University Parents Forum for what they are doing. Today, we commissioned some projects, and I went through the list and I realized that some other projects were commissioned previously. And this is the way to go. You can even do more. And like I said, go out, look for more funds, and help the university. Everyone will benefit at the end of the day. Thank you very much for listening. Let's keep putting the hands together until he has his seat. That was wonderful. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. In fact, it's more like you delivered a curriculum. I was almost going back to university. I might start another degree, but I remember that the first one I did, I never finished using it. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Please let's recognize the presence of the management who came in not too long ago, who are being led by the Vice Chancellor and person of Professor Jeremiah Oludele Ojediran, FNSE, CEO Okuren, FNIE. Please let's turn our hands together. More than that. Thank you very much. Every time I see him, I always remember a Bible verse that says, "This is my son, in whom I am well pleased." But unfortunately, I cannot call him my son, so I say, "This is my father, in whom I am well pleased." Most time when I see him, I always think, this man have PhD in patience, very patient, man, and very loving and accommodating. Please, let's put our hands together once again. Thank you very much, sir. Next in line is the registrar, in person of Mr. Lamidi Tafa, AUA UK. Please let's put our hands together for him. You are welcome, sir. Also is the blesser, in person of Mr. Shino Omotayo Adepoju, FCA. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir. And last but not the least is Dr. Felicia O. Yusuf, CLN FIPM LD, University Librarian. You are welcome, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Please, next on the agenda. Okay, before I go into that, the professor said something that really touched me, Professor Adi Fatai, when he was speaking about his mom. Like today, it should have been a vulcanizer, and that really hit me really hard, because after I finished my primary school also, I was told to go and learn mechanic, because there was no ability to go to school. So who knows whether I would have had the vulcanizer, mechanic, association, now. But we thank God we are here today, because we had an angel, our parents, our mom especially student for us. Thank you, and great to have you here, sir. Please, next on the list is the panel discussion. I will please permit me to call the panelists one after the other, and as they come on board, they will stand, read their citation before the seat. But before I call them, the moderator will be invited first. So please let's put our hands together for Mrs. Agama Jesuobo, the convener.
Anama Moriah Jesuobo, NCS, is an award-winning computing professional, community leader, and change maker with over 16 years of experience driving impact through technology and education. She currently serves as General Secretary of the Bells University Parents Forum and has served at the Bells University of Technology, OTA, since 2007, rising from assistant librarian to senior systems programmer and webmaster, championing digital transformation in teaching, research, and administration. In 2015, she received the Outstanding Performance Award during the university's 10th anniversary. Beyond her institutional roles, she's an IT administrator, trainer, and EdTech consultant, passionate about lifelong learning and digital empowerment. She founded Moms Who Code, training training and mentoring thousands of women across 18 African countries and led the Alpha Literacy Project, teaching reading and digital skills to children from low-income communities. Arama's impact has earned her numerous honors, including the Tech for Good Contest Prize from the Embassy of Sweden in 2016, the Anita.org Sisters Passiton Award, a Women in Tech Global Awards 2025 nomination, and the Women's Tech Training Impact Excellence Award in 2025. She is also a yearly alumnus, One Champion 2019, and volunteer leader for the Anita.org Nigeria. Arama Moraya Jeswobo continues to inspire with her commitment to building an inclusive, tech-driven future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our moderator, Arama Moraya Jeswobo.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me, and you're welcome to today's event, our symposium and our panel discussion, which is focused on navigating the challenges of university life, a parent-university collaborative approach. With me here today, we have 4 panelists who have been mentioning one after the other. Please make welcome our Professor Olubukola Kuforiji, represented by Dr. Esther Adam.
Professor Olubukola Kuforiji, FNSM, a distinguished professor of food and industrial microbiology and Dean of Postgraduate School at Bells University of Technology, OTA. Born in Port Harcourt, Professor Kuforiji began her academic journey at St. Jude's School, Ebute Metta, and later attended Our Lady of Apostles Secondary School and Methodist Girls High School, Yaba. She earned her BSc in Biology, second class upper, from the University of Lagos in 1983, followed by an MPhil in microbiology in 1989 and a PhD in botany and microbiology from the University of Ibadan in 2005. Her professional career spans research, teaching, and administration. She worked at the Federal Institute of Industrial Research, Oshodi, for over 15 years, rising to Assistant Chief Research Officer before joining Bells University in 2005. She became a professor in 2012 after serving as senior lecturer and reader. At Bells University, she's held several leadership roles, including Dean of Student Affairs, Head of Biological Sciences, Deputy Vice Chancellor for 2 terms, and currently Dean of the Postgraduate School. Professor Kuforiji has contributed significantly to education policy, women's empowerment, and food technology development, presenting at numerous national and international conferences and publishing widely in her field. She holds memberships in prestigious professional bodies, including the International Union of Microbiology Societies, American Society of Microbiology, and the Nigerian Society for Microbiology, where she is a fellow, FNSM, and a former national treasurer. An ordained evangelist and pastor, she is also active in the Anglican Communion, serving in the Guild of Stewards, a mentor, researcher, and faith-driven leader. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists, Professor Olubukola Kuforiji.
Thank you very much. You're welcome, ma'am. Next on this panel discussion is Professor Abayomi Akindele Oscar. Please let's make welcome
Professor Yomi Akindele Oscar, Professor of Health and Counseling Psychology from Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe. He earned his B.Ed in Guidance and Counseling from Ogun State University and later obtained his M.Ed 1998 and Ph.D. 2006 in Counseling Psychology from the University of Ibadan. He joined Ogun State University in 1996 as a graduate assistant and rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2021. Over the years, he has served in several leadership roles, including Director of the Olubi Shodipo Counseling Directorate, Head of Department of Educational Foundations and Counseling, Sub-Dean of the Postgraduate Faculty of Education, and Director of Quality Assurance. Professor Akindele Oscar has authored 76 scholarly publications and presented his research at international conferences across Canada, the UK, the Netherlands, Germany, India, the UAE, South Africa, Kenya, and beyond. His areas of research include health and counseling psychology, victimology, psychology, suicidology, policing, and death studies. He serves as an external examiner to several top universities, including the University of Ibadan, University of Lagos, Lagos State University, and Taishilang University of Education. He is a proud member of multiple professional bodies, including CASON, ABROCON, MASI, POPAN, and the International Health Psychologist and Psychotherapist Association. Beyond academia, he is a community leader, a charter president of the Abeokuta Unique Lions Club, cabinet secretary of District 404B Lions International, and a member of the Abeokuta Sports Club. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelist, Professor Yomi Akindele Oscar.
Thank you very much. And it's time to welcome our former BUSA president, Mr. Toby Animashaun, to join us.
Dr. Segun Oke, former zonal commander, NDLEA Lagos and Ogun State. Dr. Oke is an accomplished drug law enforcement professional, manpower development specialist, and university lecturer.
Thank you very much.
Toby Animashaun, past president, Bells University Students Association, BUSA. Toby Animashaun is an emerging urban designer and spatial analyst with a first-class degree in urban and regional planning from Bells University of Technology, Ogun State. He is passionate about building sustainable cities through innovative planning, research, and community-focused development. With hands-on experience in GIS analysis, AutoCAD, Revit, and ArcGIS, Toby has worked with leading firms such as Sonny and Associates and Adesoya Salako and Associates, where he contributed to urban design projects and layout approvals. His leadership journey is equally impressive, having served as president of the Bells University Students Association, vice chairman of the Private University Student Council Southwest, and chairman of the Bells University of Technology Association of Presidents, UTAP. He has also spearheaded many impactful initiatives, including the Southwest Leadership Summit 2024 and the Green Initiative's tree planting program at Bells University, reflecting his commitment to sustainability and youth empowerment. Toby's outstanding academic and leadership achievements have earned him notable recognitions such as the Olusegun Obasanjo Outstanding Student with Leadership Qualities Award 2024 and the Academic Excellence Award 2022. He is currently the project coordinator at Project Link Consultant Limited, where he continues to shape inclusive, resilient, and future-ready urban environments. Join me in welcoming Toby Animashaun.
Thank you, everyone. Once again, I want to welcome you to today's panel discussion, where we'll be looking at navigating the challenges of student university life, a parent-university collaboration. Our session will be in two formats. We'll have two different sessions where at first we'll look at the challenges, we'll discuss the challenges, and after discussing the challenges, we'll also look at the solution. Sorry? Thank you very much. So I've just been told that I missed out someone, and I'd like to apologize for that. Can we all make welcome Dr. Segun Oke, who is ably represented by ACN Fasonya Olusola. Please let's give her a double round of applause. Console room, please. Console room, Dr. Segun Oke.
Dr. Segun Oke, former zonal commander, NDLEA Lagos and Ogun State. Dr. Oke is an accomplished drug law enforcement professional, manpower development specialist, and university lecturer with over 3 decades of service dedicated to promoting institutional integrity, compliance, and social order. His career spans law enforcement, research, and higher education, with a strong focus on reducing the human and institutional impact of drug abuse through education, sensitization, and structured training. At the university level, he teaches courses in substance abuse and rehabilitation, criminology and security studies, financial crimes and forensics, leadership and discipline, border security, and workplace ethics, helping students and professionals understand the social and organization dimensions of discipline and reform. Dr. Oke holds a PhD in International Relations, a PhD in Computer Science, and an LLB. He is a member of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, the Nigeria Computer Society, and the International Association of Chiefs of Police. He has also served as a resource person for the Nigerian Police Staff College JOS and the Department of State Services. His work with the NDLEA, Interpol, and the United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime has strengthened public institutions through ethical governance, financial crime prevention, and workplace wellness. A firm believer in preventive education, Dr. Oke continues to inspire responsible citizenship and national resilience in the fight against substance abuse. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelist, Dr. Segun Oke.
Thank you very much, man. You can sit over there. All right, thank you for that. So we'll go right into how this discussion will go. Like I said earlier, the first session will look at the different challenges, and then afterwards we'll look at the solutions. And when we are done with that, we will take comments and questions from our audience. So please be ready with your questions, be ready with your comments. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Toby Animation, my first question will go to you today because, of course, you recently graduated and you're young, and this is really about you, young people. So I want to hear from you, from your vantage point or from your experience as a student leader, not just going by the fact that you were also a student, but in relating with students on campus. What do you think are the challenges that students face when they just transition into the university?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Okay. The challenges that I think students actually face during their first year on campus is just the adapting. In my own opinion, is adapting to the university lifestyle, which I feel it is encompassing. Now I'll explain. I'm going to explain better. Now, they are transitioning from a life whereby their parents actually dictate what they are going to do. Their time and their finances are being managed by their parents, into a life whereby they are the one making decisions themselves. So that's their major challenge, actually, adapting to that lifestyle. Now you start having issues like social distraction, emotional stress, academic pressure, and financial constraints. And the financial constraint is also a key one because they get money daily, which they use to actually they might not even use it to buy food, just maybe transport and do other things. But now they are being given money weekly or monthly. They don't have that financial literacy to actually manage their money. Also, the social distraction aspect, because they are leaving their comfort zone, their parents out, whereby, oh, you must not do this, you must not do that, into a free world, it becomes a big problem for them. Because they are being distracted, now they don't have time to go to classes, they are not doing their assignment, they have academic pressure, which can end up leading to mental health problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I'd like to ask Dr. Esther Abam, from your vantage point, he has mentioned a couple of challenges that young people face when they just transition into the university. From your vantage point, what would you add to this?
Thank you very much. Hello? Is it okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to start by acknowledging the Dean of Postgraduate School, Professor Olubukola Kuforiji, and the one-time Dean of Students for granting me this opportunity to represent her. I really appreciate her, and I don't take it for granted. That being said, challenges that students face or practices that predispose to outcomes that are unfavorable. I think they are two-faceted, like the keynote speaker actually said before. In fact, the keynote speaker, after speaking, I felt maybe there's even no need for the panel discussion because he was so complete. He said everything. And he really said what was on my mind because the outcome of a student in the university actually starts from the home. It's almost like a garbage in, garbage out thing. You are giving us children that you have raised for 16, 17, 18 years. And you just want us to transform them in 4 years. You give us children with poor self-esteem, questionable character. Maybe they were stealing already in school, in their secondary school. And children probably that you have been helping. Some parents deliberately send their wards to schools where they will sit for exams for them. Give them answers during exams. And then all of a sudden you thrust them on us. And you want them to pass. And of course, Bells has zero tolerance for such. They will expect that somebody will help them in examinations. They don't have the self-confidence that is required to face an examination and know that I have what it takes to write this examination and pass. So really, the challenges start from home. The challenges start from home. A lack of self-confidence, poor self-esteem, poor self-rating is what will make a child cheat. It's what will make a child be so easily influenced. If a child has a balanced mental health and is balanced enough to know that I can be a lone voice, so long as I know that I'm good, I don't have to flow with the crowd. It's not every child that comes into university that will fall into this category, but the few ones that usually turn out bad, it starts from the material we are given with, we are presented with. So the challenges really, there are many, but they originate from the home, really. I'm a parent also, so I'm not putting everything on the home, but also a parent and an educator. I really want to say that a lot, maybe 80% of the outcome of a student in the university starts from the home. Thank you very much. You have mentioned that the home is where charity actually begins. Yes, and today, one of the things that we see in our society is the issue of drug abuse, which has become a menace. And I'd like to throw this question to Dr. Shegun. Okay. One common thing or question people ask around is, how did we get here? Like, this is not just happening within the university communities. It is happening outside. It is happening in our marketplaces, in our religious houses. We are seeing cases of drug abuse. So it is not like a university campus thing. It's everywhere. What would you say, in your experience, what would you say has brought us to this point? What are some of the things that have resulted in what we see today in our society?
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, parents, and members of the academic community. It's an honor to sit here this afternoon before you to speak on this topic here before me. And before I go on, I would like to apologize on behalf of my boss that was unavoidable absent from this program. Please permit us now. Yes, when we talk about drugs abuse, especially in university these days, how did we get there? How do we get there? This question has been on. We've been hearing it everywhere all the time. How do we arrive here? How is it that we have drugs inside the university, not even outside again? Yes, students want to get high. So many of our students these days, they don't want to read on their own. They want to feel high. I mean, some of them do take tramadol. When they take it, they'll tell you they can read and read overnight. And it makes them to be stronger. Some want to be bold. You know, so many of our students are shy, but once they take it, they feel as if they are on top of the world. They will do and undo. They will do so many things that you will be imagining. How come? How is this boy behaving like this? So we have pressure, peer pressure, and need for belonging. They want to belong. They want to belong. That yes, the society. They are now away from home, graduating to adulthood now. They want to feel that yes, they have belonged. Likewise, emotional and mental escape. Some students use drugs as a way to numb stress, depression, either from home. They have carried that stress all the way from home. Maybe they have divorced parents. Maybe the parents are not living together. So with that, they hear one version from the father, another version from the mother. And they won't know the one to follow. They will be dwindling among the two. We have parents and societal disconnect. Immediately, some parents drop their children in the school. They forget, they disconnect from them. After all, I've sent her money, I've sent her all what she needs, that was food for her. They disconnect totally. Even communication, they won't call them. They won't pay them visits. Unchecked access and poor enforcement. Drugs are frightening, easy to obtain today. You get these drugs everywhere. It's available. Availability of these drugs everywhere. You get them anywhere at the tip of your hands. So they miss this drink. This drink now, you see a student carrying Coca-Cola or the American Cola. Yet they have mixed it with so many things. Either they have dropped tramadol and so many things inside. Just ask them. You just need a sip. They won't give it to you. They will rather tell you that they will buy for you. They will, let me just buy your own for you. But lo and behold, these are some of the things that is causing these problems. Lack of mentorship and counseling. That is where university comes in. Lack of mentorship. Even in the school, there should be a kind of mentor, counseling department for these students to guide them away from all these evil vices, not to go astray. These are some of the things I can, or I should still.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm glad to say that here in Bells University of Technology, we have a student and counseling unit, and our students are able to reach out to the student counselor when they need help. So we can't keep doing the same thing. Madam has mentioned a couple of things, a couple of factors that predispose these children to drug abuse. And we, like Dr. Abama said, these things start from the home. She mentioned something like parents disconnecting from students once they drop them off in school. And I think that's a salient, very, very critical point, because I understand that the communication line has to be kept open, whether children are in school or they are within the confines of the home. Now, Prof. Sir, what are some of the practices that parents still hold on to that in today's society should actually be abolished? They shouldn't be parenting that way anymore. What are some of them, sir?
Thank you, convener. Let me start by saying that unfortunately these days, we have undergraduates who are compliant, but they are not curious. We have some of them graduating who are academically qualified, but they are not adaptable in this ever-changing world. And the reasons are not far-fetched. Like you said, many of these are rooted in some negative cultural beliefs and practices from the home. I was impressed the other time when the keynote speaker mentioned one of the major points I would really emphasize on, and that is that our homes, parents, teach the children right from childhood to be silent with their emotional struggles. One of the things you will see parents say is that when you exhibit emotions, it is a sign of weakness or the lack of faith in God that God will solve the problem. So right from childhood, children are encouraged to keep note, to keep the family's struggles and personal struggles confined within the family. They don't engage in what we call help-seeking behavior. And that is a major problem. And unfortunately, these children have grown up believing that this is the way to go. So by the time they transit into adolescents and into young adults, they still keep this belief. And this, of course, will metamorphose into several other problems and challenges which they have to be struggling with. So one major thing parents and the whole will have to do away with in terms of parenting practices is the issue of being silent about emotional struggles. Another major thing that parents will have to do away with is we must reduce academic underachievement among our undergraduates and make them become global champions that we hope they will become, is the fact that we must move away from this tradition that academic excellence can only be measured by certificates or high scores in school subjects. If you look at most of our homes, parents pay more attention to literacy. Can my child speak big grammar? Pay more attention to numeracy. Is my child very good in quantitative? And very little attention to operacy, which is creativity and issues relating to innovative competence. And that is why we keep getting the same result, because we keep doing the same thing. So as we pay attention to numeracy and literacy, it is very important also that we pay attention to operacy. We must encourage our children to move beyond the confines of this is how it was done, this is how it should be done now, and this is how it should be done in the future. So it's a major problem in the homes, which of course translates into the university. And that is why you see these students, they will do anything to pass, including cheating, because of the fear of failure. I can't go back home. My parents cannot see me fail. Whereas in the best global standard is that even while you are in school, you can attract funding, you can attract grants, you can attract scholarship by displaying other non-cognitive skills that you possess. Also, I think it is also very important that parents must, as much as possible, stop putting pressure on their children. When you look at parenting practices these days, most parents believe that the more pressure you push and you put, the more coercive tendencies and punishments you give to erring children will make them turn better. That is not correct. We must begin to realize that sometimes you need to choose these children as your friends. When you treat them that way, they will open up. And you discover that by the time they transit into the university, it will be seamless. I was the director of my university counseling center for about 7 years. And I midwife some issues that almost led some students into taking their lives. And that's why in my rendition you will have heard when I was called a suicidologist. Now, there was a particular case of a girl who was impregnated by the parents' driver. This was a girl, a 16-year-old innocent girl that was going out for the very first time. And the driver was entrusted with taking the child to school. And of course, that was the first time the girl was experiencing independence. And of course, on their way, the girl had, while at home, had access to some nudity films and things like that. And she felt that now that she's out of the school, just like the NDLA person here was talking about, social disconnect between the parents and the children. They just drop the girl in school, and the only thing they do is send her monthly allowance without going back to see what she was doing. And of course, peer influence came in. She was going to parties, and of course, in going to parties, she cannot do it alone, but she had to collaborate with the driver who will come and say, oh, don't worry, let's send the driver to come and carry you. And of course, because she has a lot of money, she imbues the driver with the money and has the driver, don't worry, I'm actually going to a party with my friends. Don't come. Mom is not home. Mommy is abroad. Daddy is abroad. And just tell them you have already come to pick me. So we have numerous problems, and we can go on and on. But maybe if we have other time during the next session, I'll be able to expatiate on some of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. In the story that you just mentioned, you did mention that the young girl had access to certain types of content. And that actually brings me to another question. When we talk about technology adoption for young people today, especially university undergraduates, what would you say about that as it pertains to their mental health?
All right. Thank you, convener. You see, the issue of mental health is a very serious business. Technology does not negatively impact mental health if it is moderated or supervised. The problem with technology is that if you don't supervise it, even as an adult, you could run into a lot of problems. For instance, you could have what we call social media addiction. And these children are so smart that even on their own phone, they will open applications using your name. Because there are some applications that you cannot even open because it has age restrictions. But trust these children, and one way of knowing how this goes on is that buy a new phone that you have not operated before. A 10-year-old, your own 10-year-old child will say, Mommy, bring it, let me set it up for you. And you begin to ask yourself, did they teach them this one in school? Of course, such a child must have had some relationship with friends who will have taught him or her how to do this. So what we are saying is that when it comes to this technology, it's not that technology itself hurts. But once it is unsupervised or moderated, of course, it could lead to issues relating to cyberbullying, it could lead to cyber stalking, it could lead to the issue of social media addiction. It could even lead to burnout and restlessness, because you find these children or these young adults, sometimes, like I used to tell my students, they watch Korean movies.
and knowing how to manage their time. And that's the problem I really have with universities that are too regimented, that are like glorified secondary schools. You keep the children sheltered and you keep the males away from the females, as if it's a big secondary school. And then all of a sudden, you've forgotten that they're going to graduate and go into a world where things are completely different. So I believe that the university should be like a mini world, yes, a dress rehearsal for life. And so I don't subscribe to saying students should not have mobile phones. And mobile phones can be so valuable. The internet is a big resource. It's a very, very big and valuable resource. YouTube, you have classes, you have recordings for every kind of, every topic, I taught my son that if any teacher teaches you and you don't understand, don't worry, just go to YouTube. And he will testify to that. And God is my witness, he's just graduating and he never failed a course. And let me tell you, he's not the kind of student I would say reads too much. In fact, he's more involved in church activities than he reads his books. But he passed because he knows how to use the internet to his advantage. So we can't keep the students away from internet, and then all of a sudden they are thrust into the society out there where they have all the time in the world and they don't know how to manage their time, and they will Facebook from morning till night, and they don't know people are making money from Facebook. They don't know people are making money from YouTube. So we can't do that. We need to balance everything. The university, really, I said, is a dress rehearsal.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. So we are talking about navigating the challenges of university life, a university parents collaborative approach. In your earlier submission, you did mention confidence as one of the problems that young people face. Lack of self-confidence is one of the problems that young people face when they just get into the university. How do you think that the parent and the university can address that issue? Bearing in mind that these parents have brought their children to campus, and we owe these children, we owe the parents the duty of care. How do you think we can address that? In cases where we have these lapses, how can parents and the university come together to address such challenges as you have mentioned?
Thank you very much. I'm so happy that here in Bells, we have several programs. Right from the first week when students are introduced into the campus, the orientation program, everything is geared towards preparing the child or the student for life on campus. So that helps a lot. Then I believe the parents know the material they have given us. The parents know their children better than us. We may not really know a child is struggling until he starts missing classes, until things really start getting out of hand. But you as a parent, do a real cold turkey evaluation of your child. You know what your child can do. You know how your child succumbs to peer pressure. If we are sincere with ourselves, every parent can assess their word more accurately than any lecturer, especially from the onset. We can only get to start knowing them maybe after a semester. We say, oh, that child, he never attends classes. But from the parent's standpoint, you know your child, assess your child. It's not every child that will need close marking, but if you know that your child is going to be the one that needs close marking, please harness all the resources that the university has put in place. You have a course advisorship system that breaks down the whole studentship into little pockets of levels. Every level has a course advisor. They have a head of department. Be close to the level advisor of your ward right from the onset. If you know your child has a tendency to not concentrate, to prefer to stay in the hostel and Facebook than go to class, ask your level, the course advisor, is my child going to class? Ask the supervisors in the hostel, does my child remain in the room during class time? Please do this, especially during the first semester, second semester. You're not doing anything wrong, because the children of these days, they are exposed to the internet, where we have a crowd of youth that we say, who school help? The who school help movement is out there. That they are telling our children that going to school doesn't really help. Then look, school is scam. Then look at your president. How much school did he go to? These are the youths they are exposed to all the time. So you need to be a voice that is louder than the voice of the internet and the voice of the pressure of the society. And you can only achieve all this by keeping tabs on your children. So harness the school. We have a counseling department. And we have a very vibrant counselor, by the way, that goes out of her way to visit students in the hostels. If you tell her, please check on my child, I can vouch for Dr. Adetutu. Is she here? She will go to the hostel. She will visit the child. She will call the child and she will talk to the child. So harness all the resources that the university has put in place. Because advisorship is so important. From what go, get to know who your ward's course advisor is. Know the lecturer by name, get the phone number, just be calling now and then. And then it may get to a point where you are told, relax, that's your child. He's always in class. He sits in front of the class. Then you can relax. Because like I said, you know the material you have given us. So monitor and advise. And then you cannot tell the course advisor if she says or he says, your child, they come class. So you cannot call the child and say, are you okay? You don't. I remember when I was dean of students, a parent actually called me very concerned that the son had a relationship on campus and the son was borderline between third class and two. So he was afraid the son was going to slide into third class. And he wanted me to advise the son, but not tell the son that he asked me to. So I had to be doing parenting and counseling and all kinds of things. So he said I should call the girlfriend, which I did. I called the girlfriend and I had a chat with her. And she made me understand that she was the one even encouraging the boy to read. That without her, the boy doesn't read. That's the truth. That without her, the boy doesn't read. That she believes she has been a strong... I was now uncomfortable. I didn't know how to say, leave the boy alone again. I had to be thanking her, and I told her to continue the good job. Make sure he reads. Okay? So you are the parents. Follow up on your children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was fantastic. Something resonated when you said that the voice of the parent should be louder than the voice outside of the home. The voice of peer pressure, the voice of the parents should be louder. I don't know how many parents are here today, but I want to ask how many parents actually know who their child's course advisor or level advisor is. You don't need to raise your hand, but if you do not know, let this be a wake-up call to you. You know what we have on campus. Please take advantage of it to help your child do well. Thank you very much. So I'll move on to Mr. Toby Animashao. What do you think the university and parents can do to strengthen a student's potential for success?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. One thing I think, in my own opinion, that parents and the university can do to strengthen their world's potential is actually investing in them more. Now, this kind of investment I'm talking about is not about buying them land or building a property for them. No, the kind of investment I'm talking about is about mentorship programs. Let them attend seminars, workshops that can actually improve them, their potentials. Also, I think there should be a kind of reward system. If there's a form of reward system, I think it can also improve student potentials. For example, in the Ministry of Education, there's something they call scholarship board, which the keynote speaker mentioned. If you have 3.5 above, you are eligible to apply for that scholarship. Now, the part where you can actually forfeit it is when you go below 3.5. So things like that will make sure students actually go all out in attaining their own potentials. Also, whereby we have things like maybe competitions. And I know those have actually tried their best. They've tried their best. I've seen results from the past like 5 years. Most competitions that girls have participated in, they've always finished. Their worst record has been third to me, and which is actually a good one. I think they can only improve on what they've done. Thank you.
Thank you. But you did mention something. Yeah. You said it is not investment is not in buying land or
it's not just in buying land.
Can you elaborate on that?
Like I said, if you are investing in your child now, like conferences, for example, people tend to go to US, UK just for vacation, but you can go to other countries also through conferences too. You are learning, you are making connections, and this can actually help in building your potential and connections that are used in the future world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam, we'll go to you. And my question will be, how do you think that we can mitigate, because you did mention drug abuse and the rest, and knowing that you are from the NDLE, it's, my questions to you are quite niche. So I want to know, what are some of the things that can be done in addressing this issue of drug abuse?
Thank you, moderator. Before I answer that question again, I want to say a very big thank you to our father, the owner of they had the dream of the school.
University promoter.
Abraham Olusegun Obasanjo. Something happened over 6 years ago. I was in this command then. Now, by the special grace of God, I'm the deputy area commander, Songwater. Yeah. Thank you very much. Something happened, and we were alerted in our office. They brought the guy, all these bad boys. I think they are having a kind of night here in the bells. So this guy jumped over the fence into these premises. The way of the drug we found on him, it was nothing to write home about. We will have just referred him to our rehabilitation center. But because of the name of the owner of this school, nobody wants to jeopardize. You have to, we came back here, meet with your chief security officer, the CSO. They did a very wonderful job. They now do. We compiled a case file, sent him to our headquarters in Abeokuta. From there, straight to court, and from court to prison. Despite that little, very minute, that was found on him. But that little, do you know, it can damage a lot of students. I didn't know one caught him that night. And perhaps he's not a student here. So many things we have as we can call it preventive measures.
Exactly.
To all those things. We can allow our students, we can engage them in sports, the kind of hobbies they love doing most. Let the school organize such for them. Let them engage in sports, the kind of hobbies they like. One, that's another way, that's one. Two, let them seek help to mental illness. The peradventure, their roommates could understand that something is happening to my roommate. You should not hide it. You can seek help. Go to the counselor or the supervisor. Then from there, they can refer them to us. We will surely help.
Okay.
We will surely help. Likewise, you should keep a well-balanced life. Live a well-balanced life. Stay away from drugs. Know it for sure. If you abuse drug will abuse you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I have a question to ask. You did mention that when you see someone who is into this, that you should kind of report. But I want to ask, for young undergraduates, some of them may not know what to look out for. Your roommate could be using drugs and you won't even know until it gets to a point where it becomes evident that even the blind can see it. Now, what are some of the things that students should look out for amongst their friends, amongst their peers?
We have physical signs, we have behavioral signs, we have psychological and emotional signs. Under physical signs, it changes they have visible changes in their body. Weight loss, sudden weight loss. A student looking robust, looking good, suddenly lost weight, looking tattered, red blood, clotted eyes, wearing all these, now fall in love with wearing maybe kind of shirt the draw, all this marijuana, all these fellas smoking Indian hemp, something like that on their clothes, tattered clothes, all these things that have been cut off. So something like that, unusual body odor. They quickly put on tom-tom in their mouth so that when they talk, they will not be smelling. They buy tom-tom out for them. When you see them taking a lot of time, there's one boy in my church like that. Immediately, he was a pianist. But all of a sudden, early in the morning, this boy will be taking tom-tom. Early in the morning, I begin to, until I found out, he doesn't know that I was training, until I found out that even this fishing, he bring it to church and hide it at the back of the toilet. So many of our students are like that. Parents should watch out for them. There's this thing they are selling now, like Milo. Ordinary Milo is in a sachet, is 200 naira, but they're selling you this 1,500 naira. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. 1,500 naira, but you and me, when you think it's Milo, it's not Milo. Wow. It's not Milo. Sarah, they mix it. No? All these things, they know it. They do take them. Frequent sickness and fatigue. A well-able student that came in, just all of a sudden, start falling sick, fatigue, all the time. What happened? What's the problem? Don't worry. Smiling, necessary smiles. Don't worry. I'll see you.
Thank you very much, Ma.
So under behavioral, sorry, just give it to me. Under behavioral, you see them sudden drop in their academic performance. You see frequent absenteeism has been earlier mentioned. Absenteeism. Then we have secretive behavior. They already have good friends, but immediately they join these bad gangs, they will fight without their good friends. They will say no, just because of one little thing, they will start with that bad gangs. That will be his or her best friend following up on that. Then we have social and relationship signs, withdrawal from family activities. Maybe at home, they do have morning devotion gradually. He or she will be withdrawing. Anytime he goes home or she goes home, she will, what happened? I was asleep. Tomorrow, what happened? Something happened to me. Notice, parents should take note of this. Frequent arguments or conflict, just little talk, like turn to a big argument. Conflict, you want to fight, you want to test that, yes, he's high. You want to show the power in him that this thing is working, he's working. You want to show him. Then association with non-drug users, disciplinary issues at school. Every time he's always involved in disciplinary issues at school. Then loss of trust from family and friends. Friends don't trust him or her again. Family don't trust. I'm coming home now. Where are you? He said, I'm already at the gate. Where are you? Where are you? I'm still in school and he's telling the parent that I'm already at the gate. So these are some of the signs that when we see in our children, please, let's quickly seek for help. And it's ready to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I move on to Prof, I want to ask Dr. Abam. When undergraduate students notice certain behaviors like she has mentioned, they may not know exactly what it is. Sometimes it might not even be drug abuse, right? So when they notice these things, what would you suggest that they do? What should be the first thing? As a student, you see your roommate exhibiting certain character that wasn't there maybe initially at the beginning of the semester, at the beginning of the session. What should they do as university students?
Thank you very much. Having worked with students for some time, I know that students don't take lightly to, they call them snitches. So, so the students that discover such things, they're usually reluctant to talk. But we usually encourage them, especially those of them that attend they had the privilege to come in early and they attended the orientation. We usually tell them not to keep quiet. They can anonymously report. Some of them tell their parents, and when I was dean of students, the parents will call, and then we will do something about it. They can give us the identity of the students anonymously, and the roommates will never trace it to anybody. So we can move on from there. But as much as possible, because I know there are some students here, I want to encourage them not to be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't keep quiet also. Because if you keep quiet, you may just be helping a child destroy his or her life. Reporting may just be the intervention that child needs to make a change. It's sad that so many times parents don't feel that, or they don't understand that disciplinary moves that we make is for the good of their children. Really, when we say a child should go for rehabilitation, it's for the good of that child. You come for appeal. Sincerely, I wonder what you're appealing for. Appealing that a drug user should continue to stay on campus and not go through rehabilitation. I don't understand what we as parents appeal for sometimes. If you really want the good of your child, and Prof said something, this pressure we put on our children to perform, sometimes it can be very unrealistic. Your child is first your child before he became a graduate. Your child must be alive to become a graduate. You need to put your priorities right. A graduate that continues with a drug problem outside the university sphere and it's not taken care of may never deal with that problem again for life. It's only in the university you can find the system that will help that child change. There's nowhere else in life that they will insist that child goes. If it's in a job, they will sack him and he goes, he's on his own. It's only in the university we will say, go for rehab and come back clean. So when we say do this, it's really for the good of the child. Okay, so I encourage all the students, don't see yourself as a snitch. No, see yourself as a helper of somebody's destiny. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear students, to see yourselves as helpers of someone's destiny when you see them going the wrong way. When you notice something changed negatively, please speak up. Now, we could stay here and continue to talk about this, and I'm sure we'll be here until 9 time, but we need to round up. And for that, I want to ask Professor Abayomi. Thank you. I'd like to ask you, sir, when we talk about resilience, it is not just something that is needed within the university campus. Life goes on after our students have graduated. How do you think that we can build a culture of resilience amongst the students such that even after they have left Bells University of Technology, they will continue to thrive?
Thank you, convener. Just before I attempt to answer the question, two of our panelists mentioned something that I want to re-emphasize, and I think it's very important that parents know this. Our keynote speaker the other time also mentioned this. Many of us as parents were on WhatsApp, were on Facebook for the fun of it. But how many of us actually follow our children on their social media platforms? two of my children that finished from university, they were on TikTok and their friend there. I will insist they should add me. And their friend of Facebook to go to rent all of the applications are on. And when I observe anything, I don't comment on that platform. I will just call them and say, my dear, how are you? I like that your post too. For instance, there was a day my daughter, she did law. There was a particular day, I know it was peer pressure. She just said, I want somebody to solve for me, God. She put it as a DP. And this is somebody I give 5,000 naira to for data subscription every month. Apart from that, he do solve for me now. But she has a constant 5,000. I just privately called and said, my dear, the last time I checked this month, I have paid you 5,000 naira for your data subscription. And I was saying, God, let somebody solve for me. Please, can you change that DP? Say, Daddy, I'm just cashing cruise. I say, I don't like this kind of cruise. But I didn't comment on a DP. I just private chatted her and he said, Daddy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. I said, that is an indictment on me. They say, your Baba na professor, you need to give him money for sub. And she changed it and we laughed, about it. So it's very important. It's one way we can really help them. When you follow them on all of these social media platforms, you will see a lot that they won't tell you at home. Because our children in schools are different from our children at home. So if you're on those platforms, it will help. Secondly, I also would like to, I know we don't have time, maybe I should just go to the resilience. All right. Resilience is what we can refer to as psychological strength. It's psychological strength. In this ever-changing world, it is not the strongest of species that will survive, but those who are adaptable, those who are resilient, because, like she said, the university life and life after it comes with a lot of not just pressure, but uncertainty and constant change. So you need to have a lot of resilience to be able to survive. And one thing that I want to encourage parents is for them to assist their wards and children to acquire emotional intelligence. One thing that is lacking in most curriculum of the Nigerian universities these days is issues relating to emotional intelligence. What we do in the university is that we teach more of intellectuals. We teach more of intellectual intelligence. We teach more of things that measures the cognitive domain and psychomotor domains, the practical making things. But we teach less of things that measures the affective domain of our students. And this has made some of them to be kwashiorkor in things that are related to emotions. These days, employers of labor will prefer an individual or a graduate who is not just intellectually intelligent, but who also have a high quantum of emotional intelligence. I want to talk about emotional intelligence, not just a construct that we bandy about. We are talking about things that has to do with your ability to recognize, to understand, to manage and use your emotions effectively and the emotions of others. And for you to be able to do that, you will need some certain ingredients. It's very important as parents that when we are teaching the children to acquire emotional intelligence, we are teaching them to be self-awareness of their strengths and weaknesses. That way, they will not be competing. As parents, most times we tell our children, didn't you see so person? Why can't you be like that? Don't allow your child to compete or engage in that race with another child. Let your child compete with himself or herself and be a better version of himself or herself. That is a better way to go. Emotional intelligence is also involves self-regulation. Whether you are there or not, they must be able to self-regulate. They must know things that are good, they must know things that are not good, they must know things to walk away from. Just like the NBA will say, when you see a red flag, don't wait to be told this is a red flag. Take a walk. I always tell my students, if you cannot beat them, don't join them. Arrange for them to be beaten. If you cannot beat them, don't join them. Arrange for them to be beaten. You can do that. And at the end of the day, it is rewarding and you'll be able to be a success. And of course, issues of emotional intelligence also has to do with relational skills, social skills, and things that have to do with empathy. These days, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And the best way to do that is to put yourself in the position of others. Then you'll be able to appreciate why others are doing what they are doing. And finally, on ways to build resilience is the fact is that our undergraduates will see failure as an attempt to begin again in a better way. They must not see failure as something that is damning or as the end of the road. All of us are very familiar with the story of Abraham Lincoln. He became the US president, but not at the first attempt. He made several attempts. And sometimes in life, we have to rise and fall. But nobody will remember how much time you are falling. The only thing they want to see is you have risen and you are at the top. So if you keep engaging in things, and the keynote speaker, and that's why I joined Madam to say, I think the man did our job. Prof, thank you. It also issues relating to relaxation techniques. Because in building resilience, one thing that will surely work for you is that you must also learn to relax. You must be able to engage in things like mindfulness, relaxation techniques, and physical exercise. It does not mean you must go to the gym. Just walk. Like Prof too, I do 1 hour walk every day. And it is very important that when you are cognitively engaged and you also allow yourself some level of relaxation, not to go and drink or smoke. Relax, you sit down, read movies, do things that you've not had time to do. You'll find out that by the time you get back, your mental health will be better for it. And please, don't allow your child to continue the tradition of silence. You must, as a matter of urgency, encourage your child to engage in help-seeking behavior, seek mental health support, seek for counseling. And like we say in my university, see something, say something. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Abayomi Oscar. Thank you, Dr. Shegun Oke, AB represented by ACN, Fania, like Fasoya. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Esther Abab and Mr. Toby Animashaw. I believe that everyone has enjoyed the session and it has been very insightful. At this point, we'd like to call for questions and contributions from the audience. If you do have, I see hands. So we will take 5 questions, and I'd like to invite the Master of Ceremony to handle this.
Please, if you have questions, you could just come forward, please. The first 5 people to get just 5 questions, please.
Master of Ceremony, please. We have some hands raised over there.
First and foremost, I want to appreciate Baba Victor that brought me here. I actually went to Kenya to resolve an issue. I'm agropreneur, so he brought me here, not just a farmer. I actually don't have a question, but when Prof was talking about the issue of parents following their children on social media pages, and as a third person, not just a farmer, I want to also humbly advise the parents that you must be ready to retrain yourself. You cannot monitor the person on social media if you are not aware or have the basic knowledge of the language on internet. Number 2, you must also be aware that some children, in quotes, will also change the name that you cannot be traced. Long time ago when I was working in a place, that is Evans Medical PSC, as a database support officer. One of the things I intend to do is to be a security specialist on internet, cyber, now we call cyber security, but we call it certified hackers. Ability to be able to monitor and know the way forward, ability to know what is happening, and you bring out the results. So in summary, what I want to say here is that parents should be ready to retrain themselves. Don't say, that is it, here. No, otherwise it will be another story. That is just my humble suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Oliver Joshua Kende, former level student of the Electrical and Electronics Department. So, the first question is, how can students who are struggling with any form of like drug abuse, for instance, be encouraged to seek help from the institution without the fear of being, I could be sent to if I go and tell the committee that, okay, I'm struggling with this because of an addiction, or also understand that also. And I believe that a lot of parents don't have access to the information that the school can help them with regards to monitoring their words, like them knowing they have access to their course advisors or their lecturers or their students. So I believe the school should have a way of, encouraging the parents to actually have the contact of discipline, letting them know the help that this people can offer them. And then I don't think I really add so much on the parts that the religious bodies in the school can also play in actually helping the students in regards to their living in school, mentally, emotionally, and all of that, because I think that is also a big part in shaping the whole student experience in school. So, religion, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think we can quickly answer that before we move on to the next. I think we can just respond to that and then we move on to the next question.
Professor, can you
Yes, I'd like Dr. Abam to respond to the role of religious body and how students can relate or relay the information on their struggle with drug abuse without the fear of being sent home. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, I already said that in the student affairs, we have a system where students can actually report such things anonymously. They can report anonymously. First, they can report to their parents and tell their parents to report to the dean of students. Then they can also themselves report to the supervisors or their wardens. Their wardens will keep their confidence. Their wardens will not divulge their identity, and the university will act on it. Many times the security unit will just storm a room based on such intel and arrest all the students in the room, and you will know where the information came from. It happens all the time. So and I don't know about the religious body. I do know that the Christian body on campus, they provide a lot of support. Several times Pastor Adeyemi, their chaplain, has actually informed me, in confidence about what is happening in the hostels, because some of his members will come and tell him in confidence, and that's when I was the dean of students, and he will come and tell me, watch out, this so-and-so room in Silver 1 or 2 or 3, and then the university will. So I do know that the religious bodies, they also support a lot in that respect.
So, excuse me, ma. Hello, the guy that asked, he said, what he's asking is if a student by himself comes to report, to seek counsel, that what would they do? So some of them actually want to come and report themselves, but the fear of being persecuted or being disciplined after reporting yourself. So that's his question, not reporting someone else.
Thank you very much. A student that comes up to want to report himself, that means he wants to change. And that is a big step in the right direction. And we will help such a student.
But again, that student will need rehabilitation. Depending on how far gone he is, the counselor, the university medical director, they will evaluate him. But by all means, we will go soft on him. It's like when you are in face to face with the student disciplinary committee, a committee I served for several years. If a student from onset just tells us, this is what happened though, please have mercy on me, and he confesses, we are usually quite lenient with such a student than when we have to find the truth after several minutes of time wasting. You will face the full brunt of the law. So a student that comes forward to report himself, first and foremost, we will help the student to recover, because the student's life is what is at stake here, and we will help the student, and
Thank you
whatever
very
it
much.
takes, the university will stand by him and help him.
All right. Thank you very much, Opus. I hope that is okay. Thank you. Please, just a minute. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. While observing the adopted protocol, I appreciate the BUPF, especially the president. I appreciate you for the call, at least for me to be part of the panelists. But at that time, I had an official assignment. I wasn't supposed to be here. It was just cancelled because of ASU. And so that was why I managed to be here at this time. So it wasn't meant to be a slight. I hope my apologies are accepted, please. And to my standing, I appreciate what you have done, and I know you have been there for us. Be that as it may, as we have said, we've discussed a lot about students. But one of the things also is that from the parent side, please let there be cooperation, because at least I was dealing with students for 7 years, so I have an idea of some of this. You will find that the father is saying something different from what the mother is saying. The father is there before you, telling you that from secondary school, he noticed some things about the student. And the mother is calling you from somewhere else, telling you to your face that it is theirs that has corrupted the daughter or the son. So at times we need to, please, let's try and do something. I also appreciate the BUPF for having the indigent student in mind this time around. Because I remember some of the students that had to leave here due to financial challenges. And I remember there was one, in fact, it was through the Professor Kojo, we got into FUNAB. And I had the program in FUNAB. When I saw him, we couldn't believe he passed through here. And he told me, "Ma, this is not Bells." I said, "We are not in Bells. We are not even on the program you told me to Bells. And you must graduate." You can't continue to live your life this way. So at times too, please, we parents too, there are challenges, but also let us, you have said it's a collaborative effort, and as we do that, the future is bright for all our children. We will enjoy the fruit of our labor. Thank you, man.
Thank you very much, man. That was wonderful.
Thank you very much. With due respect to my Vice Chancellor, the members of the high table, the professors, the parents, first of all, I want to appreciate all our parents, especially in respect of the challenges we had during resumption of the freshers. That very day, a lot of factors worked against us, and I felt the heavens before. But alas, after the Ojuore traffic that day, coupled with the heavy downpour, entering into the campus, standstill traffic, and I called the attention of the students to this. The day we had the orientation week, I asked them to give a round of applause to their parents. That throughout that day, all the parents I had contact with, none of them complained. None of them. Our parents were calm throughout. They were calm throughout. I want to appreciate God in the lives of all our parents. And I want to use that opportunity to pray that every of your efforts over your children none of them will go down the drain. You really supported us. You understood us. You understood us. You understood what we went through. May the Lord God Almighty bless every one of you. Then I decided to come out because of an incident that happened. I've not presented this to my VC. I think it was on Saturday night. Sorry, Sunday night. I went to one of the halls and I met a situation that almost went out of hand. This student had mental issues and we didn't know. He beat up 3 of his roommates and injured them. In fact, they had to flee from him. Why am I saying this? If I was told that he brought out scissors. He wanted to injure one of them. Why am I saying this? The parents, in fact, if I had to wait for the father to come to pick him home, not knowing that the father had come earlier before that period to take him home, the medical director, he was sent for, he took the boy home, and he brought the boy back to school without notifying the medical center. Why am I saying this? Many of our parents know the challenges of their words, especially those with mental illness, but they will never discuss. Please, we need to be in the room so that we know how to be on the lookout before the situation gets out of hand. That is the only appeal that I've decided to come up with. Please help us. Because if the situation gets out of hand, what do we say? May the Lord help every one of us. God bless us.
Thank you very much, man. Please make the question very brief.
Good afternoon, my school leaders and my fellow colleagues. My name is Praise. I'm in 300 level BME, biomedical engineering. So my question is mostly focused on the relationship aspects of a student, because I feel like it's something that is neglected, and when it's brought upon, they tend to like curb it instead of like accepting it, because they make it seem like you shouldn't be in a relationship, you shouldn't be doing it, it is wrong and stuff like that, forgetting that this thing it has to do with emotions, it has to do with biology, it's something that is not inevitable. So when we walk up to meet our parents and some of them are like, why are you talking about boys at this your age? Majority of us in the university especially, we have passed through, we are going through puberty, we are learning, so we cannot keep our hormones in a different pace. So most parents tell us, you shouldn't be in love with a guy, and I feel like it affects students emotionally and it affects their results, because it is not a matter that is taken upon. And also we are adults, so we should be something that we should be talked to freely about it, instead of curbed or instead of shunned when speaking about it. That's what I came to ask the panelists. Like, we should be speaking more about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. I would like to thank the panelists. First and foremost, my name is Mr. Anthony Emmanuel. I'm a member of the Annual Performance Association. Okay. Good evening, everyone. So my name is Anthony Emmanuel. I'm a parent too. I want to appreciate all the parents here this afternoon, because they're doing a great job. By the grace of God, we all enjoy the debate of our children in Jesus' name. So I want to thank the panelists for these few talks. My question is going to Mr. Toby. Yeah. So I want to ask him how he handled bad influence when he was in school. You know, the professor has talked about emotional intelligence, how it relates to the parents. So I want to know how, as a student, when you were a student, how you handled bad influence.
Mike, is it there? Mike, please.
Hope you understand my.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, Professor Abayomi will answer the question on relationship first.
Well, thank you very much, and I honestly appreciate the students. I'm sorry I didn't get the name. Who talked about relationship? Parents, please, we must listen to the voices of our children, particularly on relationship matters. What we need to do is to teach our children relational intelligence, particularly as it relates to the opposite gender, rather than pretending that they are saints and that they are not involved in relationships. When we do self-denial, we compound the problem of these students, particularly if you have sent your child to a sole gender-based secondary school, maybe boys only or girls only. Researchers have confirmed that myself and some of my colleagues got pet fund sponsorship for, that students who attend gender-based schools, secondary school, are more into issues relating to gay, lesbianism, and other bisexual activities. Because right in those schools, just like you said, it's a pubertal stage where they are, they started experiencing all those physical, growth in their physical or experience physical changes in their body. And of course, you find out that sometimes, because it's a gender-based school, sometimes they fund with their sex organs playfully, and before you know it, they graduate into only having likeness for the same gender. And by the time they transit into the university system, they begin to struggle sometimes with how to even relate with the opposite gender. And for those who attended mixed schools, by the time your child is graduating from junior school to secondary school, you must begin to pay attention to what he or she does. It is a time to encourage your child to bring their friends home. Don't be a lion. Don't be a tiger. Don't scare them. Don't tell them their hair should be cut off. Don't call sex organ any other name other than what it is actually is. And by the time they graduate into transit into the university system, even when they come home for holidays and you see them cramped in their rooms, all they do is read, watch TV, challenge them, ask them, don't you have friends? Why are you pretending to be more Catholic than the Pope? I know you. I'll give you an example. When my boy was in international school, in the secondary school, I was one that was always attending the visiting day monthly thing. But and right from the gate, as soon as I entered the gate, he just went, Oscar, Oscar, everybody will be calling him. But when he comes home for holiday, he will sit in his room, he will be playing with his laptop, and my wife will tell me, even visitors, and to my face, say, no, for me, he's a gentle boy, he doesn't talk. I said, you don't know this boy. This boy is not an introvert, he's an extrovert. He is so popular than even the school principal. And my wife will be in shock. He said, no, it cannot be my son. This one does not talk. So sometimes we need to encourage these our children so that when they don't do well, we can help them. Gone are those days when we say, when the mother elephant is trumpeting, the child elephant should not trumpet. These days, when the mother elephant is trumpeting, the mother elephant should encourage the child elephant to trumpet, so that if that child elephant is not trumpeting correctly, that child elephant can be helped. I agree with her that rather than pretend that they are not into relationships or they are not engaged in relationship issues in schools or outside of school, we should, the counseling director should make it a point of duty to assist them there are things we call sex and marital counseling. It's not when people are married that we begin to talk to them about marital counseling. Begin to encourage them that some things can wait, but you can start now by understanding who you're dealing with. Those are my thoughts on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next question.
Yeah, how to actually manage bad influence on campus. And I think this is where resilience comes into play and your upbringing. Because there's no way you won't have one friend or the other that doesn't do any bad, that doesn't have any bad habits. But you being resilient and also trying to speak up, talk to your parents, your mentors, can actually help you to manage that bad influence. That's just the take to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, in the spirit of allowing our young people to speak up, we have people who have spoken up via text on paper, and I would not want to leave them out of this. So, in maybe 30 seconds, sir, there's a question here for you, and it says, how can students deal with pressure from academics when the pressure is coming from the course advisor and HOD? The question is directed to you, sir.
It's very simple. Please don't keep quiet. In the university system, there are organograms. And I can tell you for free, I'll use my university as an example. All the students in my university as a member of the Vice Chancellor. At orientation, the VC will say, please, take my number and that of the registrar. Where you feel threatened by faculty members, don't call me, I will not pick. Send a WhatsApp, and my VC will read every WhatsApp. Where you cannot walk to the counselor or the counseling office, I want to encourage management to have dedicated members, just like the former dean of students said there, where you can send anonymously messages reporting such faculties. There should be zero tolerance for that, because the person that is expected to be the one to assist a student must not become the very terror that will be terrorizing the life of such students. So, and I'm sure management will have zero tolerance for this. So management should please make sure that there are dedicated members, no course, but once you see a message on that number, remains a red flag that must be attended to urgently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in 30 seconds, Dr. Esther, how can students effectively share their time after classes to accommodate extracurricular activities, relationship with friends, and I can't see the rest, sorry.
Thank you very much. Prof actually said so many things about relaxation. Relaxation is important. Sports, workout, it helps you to relax, so it's important. So how do they do it? The how is this: time management. Apportion your time. If you need to draw up a timetable for yourself, do it. From so and so time to this time, your timetable, I'm going to have classes. Schedule time for rest. When I come back, I'll take my lunch and I will rest. Draw up a schedule. Put yourself and try to follow it. Trust me, if you can do it and follow it effectively for a week, 2 weeks, you are good already. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have come to the closing of our panel discussion this evening. We hope that it has been very insightful and that you have enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much, sir. Please let's put our hands together as they make their way to their seats. Thank you. Please let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping for them. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you. Oh, please need to come down.
You see how to come.
Thank you very much. we want to say a very big thank you for your contributions this afternoon. We will be taking a group picture and also a little of the award ceremony for contribution to making this day actually a success. Thank you. So I would like to invite the management staff of the university to kindly join us for a group photograph up here. Thank you, sirs.
Please, the panelists, before you go, we have Mr. Chancellor, sir. Mr. Sir, please help us wait for our work presentation, sir. Professor Ade, sir, please come back for our work. While others please take their way to their seats. Thank you very much. So the first award goes to Professor Ade Fatai Adeniyi, which will be presented by the Vice Chancellor, Bells University of Technology, Professor Jeremiah Olubili Ojebiro. Thank you, sir.
I'm glad you gave me this award. I presented this award to you. That was a well put together plan. Nobody to do that. I'm very, very practical. Thank you so much for all your put into it. You deserve this award. This is an award of appreciation. Presented to Professor Fatai Adeniyi, the keynote speaker, and he came Symposium 20th anniversary of the University of Technology. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for all the show. I'm sure it's glad to work for you. God bless you.
Second award, which is also presented by the Vice Chancellor, goes to Mrs. Adama Jesu, the moderator.
Ever since some so put it into this business, you start working to help them now. You admitted this year that if you two have something to agree with me, and they are told you agree, well done. And this is an award of appreciation presented to Mrs. Adama Jesu, the moderator.
for excellence. BUPF Day Symposium, 20th anniversary of US Emerging Technology Return. Given this day, Wednesday, 27 October 2027. Thank you so much. Well done. Yes, thank you very much, sir. The next person to help us present the next two awards will be the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Mrs. Ugosi, Professor of my salary will be retail practice. Professor Ugosi Arisa, please help us step. Arisa, 2 months salary going. Sorry, ma'am. I wasn't from. So please help us step to the middle of the stage here at the award. And so next on the list for recognition is Professor Olukola Kufuoji, who is ably represented by Dr. Esther Abba.
Award of Excellence, Award of Appreciation presented to Professor Olukola Kufuoji as panelists in this seminar presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. The next award goes to Professor Abayomi Akindele Oscar. The award was also presented by the BBC.
Award of Appreciation presented to Professor Abayomi Akindele Oscar as panelists in the discussion that took place during the symposium.
Jesus Christ. The BBC just told me that I will have double salary and double promotion for following my name wrongly. Thank you very much, man. But sir, I hope you have, that is noted. Thank everybody had what she said, but that's what she told me. Thank you very much. So it's not left to me and her to argue that out. Please let me permit you to invite the university librarian to the podium for the presentation of the next two awards. Welcome, man. The next award goes to Dr. Shegun Okay. Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. He's being ably represented by Mrs. Sasoya Olusola. So we seek the award on his behalf. Thank you.
Presented to Dr. Shegun of the panelists. Today, in the October 2025, at the BUPF Day Symposium, marking the 20th anniversary of Health University.
Last but not the least, the next award goes to Mr. Toby Animashaun. Thank you very much.
very happy making this presentation this evening. Toby. Toby has always been my personal person. So it's a privilege giving you this award of appreciation as one of the panelists on marking the BUPF Day Symposium in commemoration of the 20th anniversary of Pulse University of Technology Utah, given this day, Wednesday, 22nd October 2025. It's good having you back on our platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so very much to our panelists and to everyone still in this room. The next thing now is the documentary about Wales University Parents Forum. I'd like to talk briefly about it. Literally, sometimes if you were in the digital age, and one of the things that I realized is that today, if you do not document what you have, you might, at the end of the day, lose it in transition, and there will not be any institutional memory to keep all that is available or all that you have about a particular thing. So we're going to be talking and be looking at BUPF in the last 17 years out of the 20 years of the existence of Wales University of Technology. So please, I would encourage us to please give us about 15 to 20 minutes for you to see how this forum has, you listen from those who had actually been the founding fathers of this forum, how we're able to carry it from then till now. So please, I encourage us to just give us a little time to be able to do that. It's not so long, it's short, but I'm sure that every parent, every student in this room, you would understand exactly what I am saying about this documentary. Thank you, and happy viewing to all of us.
In 2007, a vision was born, not of buildings alone, but of care. Parents who would not just send their children to school, but would shape the very place they called home.
The forum had grown beyond our imagination, cooperated immersively with university management to ensure that the best facilities are being provided for our students. And as such, the foundation that has been laid has brought stronger and stronger, and one is happy that the dream that the best university parents forum will be a force to be reckoned with, both personally and even both globally.
Well, as soon as the university community started growing, the water needs actually grew. And then we started having complaints that some students said they would have to wake up around 5 a.m. if they wanted to have water to be able to have their bath and this and that, because the study capacity was not high enough to actually ensure that they had it. And the boreholes too were under pressure. So water became an issue, was almost becoming an issue. And we actually had to say, look, we need to fix this water issue. And we didn't have the resources. And we said, look, can we turn to the prayers forum? When that project was eventually approved and executed, it brought a big relief to the university community. So the feedbacks trickled to the parents, and that, in fact, became the game changer.
In 2023, I lost my dad. A shocking moment for I and my family. Continuing medication was uncertain. Then the BPF came to the rescue of me and my family. the hope they gave me is what is giving me strength to strive forward now. BUPF. That's Domestic Parent Forum. Is a community of parents.
An intervention parent body.
With the opportunity to serve.
A medium of interaction between
Parents who has worked in various universities.
and the university management. To me personally, it means compassion, it means care, it means impacting a platform that enriches the life of students, of undergraduate students of Bells University of Technology.
The forum's first steps were simple, but they carried a promise that still echoes today. A promise that says, we are here and we care.
As vice chancellor then, I wouldn't think I should claim 100% as being the one that actually planted the seed. I was merely instrumental in ensuring that the seed was planted and nurtured. But then there were some individuals behind the scene. If I remember correctly, I went to represent the vice chancellor in one event, and I noticed that they had a parents forum. And I came back and I met the VC and I suggested to him that it would be a good idea for us to have some kind of forum like that here. And that I felt it should be something to consider. Anyway, we talked about it. And a few months later, the vice chancellor came and had actually taken the whole thing through the whole administrative process, and the approval was given for us to start the Bells Parent Forum here. But we didn't just wake up overnight to say, boom, we are starting a forum. No, due process was followed. I could recollect, if my memory were failing, the first person I discussed that idea with, who also shared his own experience with me, was the Foundation Chancellor in person of Professor Akile, late Professor Akinabu. He was the Foundation Chancellor. One of my visits to him was out in Ibadan. We were just discussing, and we raised a lot of parents' forum. And so it could be a nice idea. And based on that, we got where we should have university parents forum. Thereafter, I discussed with then President and Chairman of the Board of Trustees, late Professor Takabata. What can it be? Best University Parents Forum.
The forum actually started as PUF, Parents University Forum, and it was inaugurated on 8th December 2007. And BUPF came about following recommendation of the Board of Trustees at that time, ably led by the President and Chairman of the Board of Trustees, Emeritus Professor Tekina Tamuno. So in fact, he was the one that actually suggested that name because he wanted a forum that would be unique to the university and that would be different from other parents' associations. And that was what brought about the BUPF.
And we got through the whole hog. We then brought the parents into the full picture. And I could recollect this was during the matriculation ceremony that we had in 2007. Because most parents will come for matriculation. And we thought that was when we launched the best university parents forum. Who shouldn't inspire to begin? What started like a monster seed had grown together much more than expected.
I feel extremely proud because we started on a very shaky foundation. Parents were actually divided, should we or shouldn't we, because, and it was all centered on why should we pay a levy. Of course, and some felt they should be having a say, a lot bigger say in the running of the university, which was also. But all of these, when the Vice Chancellor nominated me as the first representative, we didn't have a constitution, we didn't have anything, we just knew that we needed to. And we were charged with developing the constitution and putting things, a draft of what it should be, which we did eventually all of this passed through.
Working with the body at that time, at that initial stage, was quite a privilege. And then we were able to come up with a working document for the forum, also developed the constitution for the forum, and of course, we're part of the inauguration of the forum at that time. Then all of this actually helped us in bringing up the aims and objectives, because of course there was a vision already. So it helped us in bringing up the aims and objectives for the forum.
In those days, we struggled. As a university, we struggled for fund, for money. There was a public perception that, oh, they have a lot of money, oh, after all, because of the association with the promoter. And so we really were not getting any support. So as soon as the university community started growing, the water needs actually grew. And then we started having complaints that some students who said they would have to wake up around 5 a.m. if they wanted to have water to be able to have their bath and this and that, because the storage capacity was not high enough to actually ensure that they had. And the boreholes too were under pressure. So water became an issue, was almost becoming an issue. And we actually had to say, look, we need to fix this water problem. I think the former director of physical planning and works brought out the whole matter and said, look, we need to fix this water issue. And we didn't have the resources. And we said, look, can we turn to the prayers forum? Thank God, not long after, we got to the point of approving the constitution and electing the first executive. And that was how Sir Buffy emerged as the chairman and the first chairman.
If you are familiar with the constitution of BUPF, the constitution provides that the forum must ensure that whatever that is done for the welfare, well-being, and academic advancement of students.
When that project was eventually approved and executed, it brought a big relief to the university community. So the feedbacks trickled to the parents, and that, in fact, became the game changer. And that really was what defined the first executive.
Having a befitting cafeteria at that time was actually to provide a convenience and access to healthy meals, which of course was to support students' learning and well-being. And again, it was to create a space for community living, a space for relaxation, and of course socialization.
Let me come from the background of what you call PT. We grew up to know them as pressure groups, always demanding. That's the background I was coming from. So when I came into Bells, and they said there's Bells University Parent Forum, honestly, my first reaction was, I want to allow this work. But BUPF right here is very pleasurable. There are people with focus, people who are here to develop, who are here to take care of their children and ensure that they have the best. My first interaction with them was when they donated the ambulance, the Children's Crisis Center. They were commissioned when I came on board as Vice Chancellor. And I was shocked that these guys are contributing to the system, the changing our mindset about learning from in the university system.
During my time in BUPF, we had a lot of memorable situations. Like, that was the time we introduced biometrics within the halls of residence. CCTV was to reduce the rate of pilfering within the hall environment, because hitherto we had a lot of, youthful exuberance, theft here and there, but we did that.
Imagine a child or a student leaving his laptop and coming back and cannot find that laptop. The whole of that week, you won't be happy attending lecture. So those things were provided to ensure that students get the best of their stay in the university.
I can proudly say no lecture, a single lecture was missed by students during the pandemic. Calendar was not extended by 1 day on account of pandemic. I have to give this credit to the person I took over from, that is Mr. Albert, because he invested in 250 units of ICT system. So with that in place, students were able to write their and were being supervised as if nothing happened. So if not for that intervention, the pandemic would have shaken the university to the root. But thank God, the BUPF did something fantastic. Never knew it would come, but it came, and we are well prepared for such a thing, and we still do it today.
Another memorable event is the renovation of the open, we used to call it multipurpose hall. It used to be an open hall. It was refurbished. We brought in executive chairs, and it became what is now today known as the BUPF International Conference Center.
By the time I became the chairman, the first assignment I did was to create a platform for the parents, so that you will be on board all the time. I started that because of my experience of not being part of the system for a whole 4 years. So when I had the opportunity of leading, I created a platform to bring everybody on board. Not knowing that pandemic is coming. So by the time pandemic came, we are already having community of parents active. So rather than drawing the system down, it makes the system stronger. We lacked lecture rooms and we were in theaters. They were really struggling then to know what to do. I mentioned it to them. They brought that up. And they built a lecture theater. 350-seater lecture theater is there as an example.
Where we are now was built when I was there. So those are remarkable. And that was the major lecture hall donated by BUPF. And that gave back to 2 other ones right behind us.
The engineering workshop, currently it housed only about 50 students for part-time to do their workshop and all that. But the expansion is going to take about 256 students now part-time. So it's an increase of about 206, which for me and the engineering department or college was the biggest here. We had the biggest number of students, largest number of students, and that makes it really personal to me because it's going to be directly impacting the students.
But just recently, the non-director general came to visit here, and he asked about the LED screen outside there. I said, the university, what's this? I mean, they've never seen that. But that was constructed, installed by the BUPF.
When we get to the digital biz, actually literally something very different from all what the past leaders have done. It was basically something disruptive, something relatively very, very new. And we felt that it was important that this is a school of technology, this is the University of Technology, and we need something to, the university needs something to continuously disseminate information to students. And I think we have gone past the era of putting a billboard out there somewhere. And we talked about the billboard. We had a lot of details towards it, but eventually it was achieved because we're determined to doing it, and we did it.
We used to have problem transmitting information to students. For such students, we don't know, sometimes we don't even know what's going on in the school. Now that screen serves as an information center.
The field. Students coming out to watch and also participate in football activities too, of course, because very, very stuff when it comes to football, you know. So yeah.
Bells has always been mocked because of how our field was. And Bell has, amongst private universities, Bells has one of the top male football team at least. Even our female football team does well, but then our male football team does very well. But whenever we go out for competitions and all of that, they use our field to mock us. I remember one time we went to PAU and we won them. Their field is good, we won them. And then somebody said, look at how they are happy because they never seen good field before. And it's like, it was a big thing, like all the school, like when you're good at something, everybody wants to pick down one thing that you're not so good at to come at you with. So the field being renovated it made a big difference to students and the university at large.
Many years later, I suggested to the BUPF that look, to give back to parents, let's also begin to conduct an annual lecture. That seminar is one of the best by the judgment of the community. When I mean the community, I mean the students and the management themselves. But it was last year, that is 10th annual seminar. And thank God for the executives who approved our budget and who are able, for the first time, we were able then to have attendance at 2,850 students attended the program. And the positive feedback from the students was marvelous. Extension programs just to assist some students to really pick up more students in different categories. You have the slow ones, you have the medium ones, you have the very fast ones. Now they bother about the slow ones too. And they want them to meet up. We scrapped that program. They came up and said, no, the final students need this. You can't keep them in school when you can assist them to really move on. They came by background of how do we assist these students. And we moved them on. We have costs to take over payment of school fees of students who lose their parents.
I think one of the touches I had from me is actually the endowment fund. The endowment fund, that is to be able to make sure of our students whose sponsor, that is the parent paying the school fees, who had passed, that the children are able to continue in school without them dropping out, without the burden overweighing the remaining parents or the entire family down.
Nobody pray that any parent dies, but if at all it happens, we have funds in place to take care of that.
Because I've seen a lot of students who are not able to continue because their sponsor died.
benefiting from the endowment fund was actually a miracle to me and my family, because the way it happened, we were shocked about it because that so it just happened by sudden, but benefiting it from the endowment fund was short of a miracle to us because it was more than financial support. It was hope to I and my family. My days were
That story means a lot to me because as an undergraduate, although I didn't lose my sponsor, but we got to a point where we also needed that sort of help. And I think if the university I attended had something like this in place, then the burden would have been lighter on my sponsor, right? But coming here and seeing that if such a thing happens like the demise of a father or mother, there is a forum on campus which can actually step in to support such a student. I think it's huge. It's huge because I can tell from my personal experience how traumatic it can be, how destabilizing, demoralizing it can be, and I can also tell what a relief, right, it can also be when such help comes.
There was another issue of a student who couldn't pay fees, an orphan, John Gift. I can be specific, John Gift. There's an orphan they came up with to assist him. He has graduated now and is doing well.
I've seen someone defer a semester because of 70,000 naira. And it's like a lot of times they don't speak up because even when they speak up, maybe nobody comes through and all of that. And there was a particular case of a student that did not particularly meet the endowment fund, but the student had been struggling all her life in bills because I knew her since 100 level and she was just at the final step and she needed some money. So we were all trying to raise money for her. And I think I posted something on my status regarding it, and the BUPF chairman saw it, replied to it, and then before he met with her, they discussed, she met with Dr. Ray, and all of that, it was sorted. That was a really touching story because I know how that student has, imagine somebody in this economy spending 2,000 to 1,500 a week because they do not have money. Anyone that has sent the child to a private university, you know that it's actually a lot of deep pockets. But sometimes life happens. Life happens, that was one of the reasons why we took the endowment fund from just moving the sponsor. We took it to the level of if the sponsor becomes incapacitated.
The BUSA, Boys University Student Association, see them as a backbone, and they make requests from them for different things, and they'll be highly supportive.
The forum has touched life of students by looking out for them, by listening to them alone, but by listening to them, not the students directly, under the facilitation body, which is Boys University Student Association, and it has actually been helpful because there's a financial aid initiative where the forum comes in and assists students with finances.
BUPF has been particularly a huge support for BUSA. It has been intentional with helping BUSA as an association right from the last tenure to mine.
They were to go in Puga, Nigeria Private University Games. I said, well, this team cannot go. Only a few teams can go. The female team, we said we cannot go, but we can't fund it. I think they wrote letters to the BUPF. And BUPF came and they sponsored them for the games. And that's really lifted the morale of the students.
The BUPF chairman will always make a statement. Without the students, what is the BUPF? We are here for the students, and so we will serve the students. And it wasn't just something she used to say, it was something I could see clearly that in everything she did, she was intentional enough to make sure that the students were being served at every point, from the field to the billboard to the engineering workshop
to the student school fees, to the association sponsorships, to even the 5-a-side that she's sponsoring. It's all student focused. Everything has been student focused from day one.
The forum's journey has always been about care, and today, that care has grown into a living legacy.
I see the future holding a lot of bright things, one day at a time, one step at a time, and it's a book on its own, one chapter at a time. For me, I'm a chapter still unfolding, so my tenure ends.
Accountability is very short. Once we are accountable on anything we are doing, either numerical, quantitative, or qualitative, just give report. Let people know what you are doing. I see them taking greater roles in the future. In the last 9 years, we have propped up the university. I see in the next 20 years, we may be able to run programs. We may be able to support more students with scholarship. And I see them coming in the next 20 years, center for artificial intelligence. And I see them at the background of that and propping us up in that direction. I want to appreciate you that you have kept the flag for almost 18 years. And I believe and I trust that by God's grace, you'll be able to handle that to the present members of the executive. You'll be able to handle that battle to the next executive. So that the race will continue. The race will continue. So in 20 years' time, those university course will be a massive body that will be a subject of study and also an envy to some other institutions nationally and globally. I'm just about 5 days or so to my 73rd birthday, and I thank God that no one is allowed to be part of this history. Why do I say that? Because quite a number of our colleagues, people that have labored here together, but one thing is very clear. This university is blessed. To this thing that contributed, I want to say a very big thank you for your generosity to me and others. It gave my family hope during my darkest season. I want to say a very big thank you, and I pray that God blesses you and your family abundantly for standing by us. Looking back today, I feel extremely proud. What really inspires me to begin? What started like a mustard seed had grown together what one had expected. Based on the various projects that have been completed since 2007 or 2008 to date, one is highly impressed.
The forum story is not over. This is only a new beginning, a living legacy, written in every drop of water, every classroom, every student's future.
Wow. Wow, let's put our hands together powerfully for that powerful documentaries. That was great. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you so very much. You know, from this documentary, I'm sure you all understand, and it's clear where the journey is from and where we are today. And in the light of this journey, you would understand and flow with me that there's some, you know, distinguished personalities that deserve award for their journey with us since 2007 till date. Some are living legends, some have gone beyond. For those who have gone beyond, I know that their labor of service still radiates. That's why we know that they've left their name in the sand of time. And I know that it's a clarion call, it's a wake-up call for all students, particularly parents, to always support us. Beg of you, we are not a pressure group like the Vice Chancellor has said. We are not. We're partners in this progress to make the life of our children better. So as we move on now, this is our last stage, which is the award ceremony. We have distinguished personalities who have labored tirelessly for this forum. So we will be saying just thank you to them. It's just a token of appreciation to them. And I will be handing this award mostly by myself. You know, when you understand the reason behind the award that you want to give, and you will know that this award, you're giving it on behalf of the forum for this reason, for this reason, for this reason. So that's one of the reasons why I'll be handling most of these awards myself. Thank you very much. Just give us like 2 minutes while we just begin the award ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man. Please, may I invite Mrs. Olanike Agaja to assist in the presentation of the award. Please, while the award is going on, I quickly want to appreciate someone in our midst here. Someone who influenced my life 20 years ago. When the keynote speaker spoke, he said part of the solution is the lecturers, local parents. Some of us lecturers don't know how much we influence the life of students. There's a man here whose lecture I used to attend back then in university, that's 20 years ago. Fine, it wasn't my faculty, but I used to sneak to receive his lecture because my girlfriend then later became my wife, was a student. And his lecture, style of presentation, and so many things influenced my life that even after my master's, I had to go for a postgraduate diploma in education just to give him that honor. So please, I want everybody to help me celebrate Professor Oscar. I used to attend your class back then in OC. Thank you very much, sir. It's been a great honor to see you here today. Thank you very much, sir.
Good afternoon, all. I would like to call Professor Jeremiah Oludele Ojediran, R.E. Cohen, FNSC, FNAIAE. Student of Bells, I know you know this is your daddy. Am I right? Okay, so on behalf of all the students and all the parents, I want to present this award to him personally because I know that in the last almost 2 years that I became chairperson of this forum, the support has been immense. The support has been amazing. And I know all my predecessors who were in office before me, that when he was vice chancellor, could also attest to the support that he gave to us. So this is a word of appreciation presented to Professor Jeremiah Oludele Ojedera, Vice Chancellor of Bells University of Technology, in recognition of your outstanding contribution and support to the forum. So, thank you so very much. Sir, you can't go yet, sir, because I'm going to give you a task. I have virtually all my past chairmen seated here. I'll crave your indulgence to kindly help me present their award to them. Thank you, sir. Mr. Akaniyene Obot, FCA.
Well, let me call him by the name I like to call him. He's the CBT chairman of BUPF. It was always tenure that the CBT came aboard. I want to thank you and appreciate you a lot. That's a lot of work done that time. Thank you. It still speaks for you. It speaks much more for you. It's an award of excellence presented to Mr. Kanere Obot, past chairman, Bells Investment Forum, 2017 to 2020. A recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the forum. Thank you so much, CDT.
Thank you.
I'm going to be announcing this person. Like we said that they are living legends. The founding fathers of those University Parent Forum. Like you heard him in the documentary. Baba was not in Nigeria when we requested for the documentary. And he gladly told me that, Chairperson, anything you want me to do, I will do it. Let me take this opportunity to say thank you to him on behalf of the entire parents of those invested yes, and the students, Professor Isaac Adebola Adeyomi. I like the Vice Chancellor. You know, it's always good when the person you hand over the baton to is doing amazingly well. That shows you've done very well yourself with an amazing foundation. So I will crave the indulgence of the Vice Chancellor to please present this award to Baba on our behalf. Thank you.
So you came here to teach. Give an award of excellence, a word of appreciation to Professor Isaac Adebayo, FAS, FNIST, FNIFST, former Vice Chancellor, very past Vice Chancellor, Bells University of Technology, 2006 to 2016, in recognition of your support in the establishment of the Bells University Parent Forum. Thank you so much for establishing such a good thing, which is last year. Congratulations, sir.
The next award will go to another past chairman. You know, without him, I don't think the beauty of this hall will be like this. Let me call the indulgence of Mr. Rotimi Dosu, FCA, to please come forward. Past Chairman, BUPF 2020 to 2022. I call him COVID-19 Chairman.
The Conference Center Chairman. This is an award of excellence presented to Mr. Utimidos FCA, past Chairman Bells University Parent Forum, 2020 to 2022. In recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the forum, thank you so much for leaving such a legacy. God bless and keep you.
The person I'm going to call here is actually my predecessor in office. As in the person I took the mantle of leadership from, the baton from. The lecture theatre downtown, they gave the initiative to birth 2 months centers, was actually his initiative. And let me say it proudly here. Now you see this endowment fund we're talking about began under his leadership. So Baba Oladapo, thank you, sir. Can you please come up?
Elected Chairman. With an award of excellence presented to Kulaoli Oladapo, past Chairman Bells University Parent Forum, 2022 to 2024, in recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the forum. Thank you so much. God bless and keep you and sustain you.
Okay, Dibisi, I will keep you for this last one, sir. Okay, you can go, sir. Yes, sir. He happens to be my first vice chairman, and I actually enjoyed a lot of support from him, sincerely. And all the time, and I will tell him, I do not take the support for granted. Yes, I'm way younger than me, but you know the kind of respect that he gives to me, I know that it's to my aside from, you know, some people say it's the office. No, this one goes beyond the office. It was actually a respect to my person also. And he carried, you know, when you're about to say Osho Shuka, and carried this endowment fund thing to heart, to very large extent. And Mr. Adebisi Adeyoju, FCE.
A word of appreciation presented to Mr. Adebisi Adeyoju, FCA, recognition of your outstanding contributions to the growth and impact of Bells University Parent Forum. Thank you so much for all you've done. Thank you for everything you've put into this system. We appreciate you a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'd like to call on the University Librarian, Dr. Felicia Yusuf, to come do us the honor of presenting the next set of awards. Well, this award goes to the first Vice Chancellor representative on the forum. They were the pillars, they were those who sat together and drafted the constitution that we're using and we've reviewed and we're still using. So, I hope he's in the room or you get a representative to pick this award on his behalf.
Thank you very much. Award of appreciation presented to Professor Olugbenga Ben Ogunmoyela. Please, let's put our hands together for Prof. If Prof is anywhere around, okay, he has a representative. This is in recognition of your outstanding support to the establishment of Bells University Parents Forum as Pioneer Vice Chancellor Representative and Second Vice Chairman. Congratulations. This award of appreciation goes to the next person, Dr. Nkechi Ozurumba. If you are anywhere in the hall, please march forward. Dr. Nkechi Ozurumba, can we put our hands together for her? Is she anywhere around? Anyone representing Dr. Ozurumba? Okay. This is in recognition of your outstanding support to the establishment of Bells University Parents Forum as Registrar's Representative and Second Assistant General Secretary. Congratulations.
This award, the person that this award goes to was actually a former DSO. And I know she has given a lot of support, a lot, beautiful support to the forum, and she has not stopped even when she's not DSA.
And the award goes to Dr. Esther Abam. Please put your hands together for her. Please sustain the applause. Congratulations, ma.
Thank you so very much. Let me call on our keynote speaker, Professor Fatai. Can you do us the honor to present this next award? Thank you, sir.
This award goes to Mr. Lamidi Tafa. Registrar, Mr. Lamidi Tafa is the Registrar, Best University of Technology. Sir, in your recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the Best University Parents Forum, I present this award to you on behalf of the Best University Parents Forum. Congratulations, sir. This award is to the bursar, Best University of Technology, Mr. Shinu Omotayo Adepoju. You're welcome, sir. The Baba Olu of Best University. This award presented to you on behalf of Best University Parents Forum in recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the Bells University Parents Forum. Congratulations, sir. Oh, okay. So let me start by saying greatest right. Any right here? This award goes to the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Bells University of Technology, Professor Ngozi Ugo Arisa, a very distinguished alumna of the University of Ibadan. It is my pleasure now to present this award to you on behalf of Best University of Technology Parents Forum in recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the Bells University Parents Forum. Congratulations, ma'am. This award goes to the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Bells University of Technology, Professor Akunaya Piel Opoko.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. No,
That's fine. That's perfectly okay, ma'am. Prof, ma'am, this award is presented to you on behalf of the Bells University Parents Forum, and it is in recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the Bells University Parents Forum. Congratulations, ma'am. Yes, so I'm very delighted to announce this award that is going to the University Librarian, Bells University of Technology. Dr. Felicia Yusuf, University Librarian, Bells University of Technology. I'm delighted to present this to you on behalf of Bells University Parents Forum in recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the Bells University Parents Forum. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Prof. Our keynote speaker. This next award, I'm not sure he's in the room, and I'd like him to be in the room. Mr. Ademola Agiwi. Please, if he's not in the room, I seek the indulgence of someone to please help me call him to the room. Thank you. Let's continue with this one. While we continue with the other appreciation. Need the current score. Okay. Mrs. Oyewonke Adebayo. Mrs. Oyewonke Adebayo. Mrs. Oyewonke Adebayo. Award of Excellence presented to Mrs. Oyewonke Adebayo, a past Public Relations Officer of the Forum, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the growth and impact of Bells University Parent Forum as past Public Relations Officer. Thank you. Deacon David Ipoli. Okay, award of excellence presented to Deacon David. Mrs. Ruth Olubojo. Award of Excellence presented to Mrs. Ruth Kemi Olubojo as past secretary and the registrar representative. Thank you. The next goes to Professor John Abiodun Daramala. Professor John Abiodun Daramala. Award of Excellence presented to Professor John Abiodun Daramola as VC Rep and past second Vice Chairman of the Forum. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Emmanuel Olushoyi Ajayi. Dr. Emmanuel Ajayi. Award of Excellence presented to Dr. Emmanuel Olushoyi Ajayi as past auditor of the Forum. Thank you for your service. Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Ademola Agiri is here. You know why I chose to present this award to him? I actually like to harass him. You see, one of the things I've learned with people and relationship over the years is that Mr. Agiri is an easy, straight go-to person. When I need anything on this campus, even at 1 a.m., he will respond. When I say, Mr. Agiri, I need your help me pull the plug so that Baba will come and commission my projects. He said, and with the grace of God, and I know with a lot of support that he has, and being somebody in the office of the Vice Chancellor, Deputy Registrar, Office of the Vice Chancellor, has been a great support. And you know, there is actually nothing without support. We cannot be an island. We can't do this life alone. So, Mr. Ademola Agiri, yes, to you, sir. Thank you. I said I want to present it to you to harass. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mr. Alebioshu, sir. Mr. Okpeoluwa Alebioshu. She's good. Okay, sir. Award of Excellence presented to Mr. Okpeoluwa Alebioshu, past treasurer and BUPF representative on BUPF. Thank you for your service, sir. Thank you, sir. The next award goes to Engineer Professor Musa Omotayo, the current first Vice Chairman of the Forum. Your service is still continuous, is still in place. So, award of excellence presented to Engineer Professor Musa Omotayo Jima as the first Vice Chairman of the Forum. Thank you, sir. The next award goes to Professor Taiwo Olu, the second Vice Chairman, VC representative, if he's in the room. Award of Excellence presented to Professor Taiwo Oluri as VC Rep and Second Vice Chairman. The next award goes to the first Assistant Secretary, Professor Oluwafemi Sunday Enilomubo. Award of Excellence presented to Professor Oluwafemi Sunday Enilomubo as First Assistant Secretary. The next award goes to Mrs. Morolake Idowu Gold. She's busy now. She'll speak her award next. The next award goes to Mr. Adedayo Onanuga. Award of Excellence presented to Mr. Ali. You know why I'm laughing? I call him Bodami. I call him Bodami because he's my Ijebu brother. So we are both from Ijebu, so that's why I call him Bodami. So Award of Excellence presented to Mr. Adedayo Onanuga as the Bursa representative and treasurer of the forum. If he refuses to sign my check, I cannot do anything. Thank you for your service. Thank you, sir. The next award goes to Mr. Ismail Olalekan Majeobaje. We call him Yellow Man. You see the reason why we call him Yellow Man. He's Yellow Man. The amiable financial secretary. A great support system. My brother, any day, anytime. My easy go-to person. Some people call him my boyfriend anyhow, but he's my go-to person always. A great support. Thank you. So Award of Excellence presented to Mr. Ismail Olalekan Majeobaje, the Financial Secretary of the Forum. Thank you. Mr. Taiwo Oluwafemi Amiable Public Relations Officer of the Forum. I salute his courage, his tenacity. I didn't know he'd be here today, but he's here. And he's been up and doing, not just here. Thank you very much. Okay. The next award goes to my brother, Alhaji Femi Ogunsoya, LCA, the auditor of the forum. I've harassed him today. He told me he was leaving. I said, you dare not. You can't go. We're in this one together. This ship, we stand inside it together. Thank you, Alhaji, for your support. Always. Thank you. So this award for your support to the forum. The next award goes to Mrs. Taiwo Olatuji. Mrs. Taiwo Olatuji is the immediate past General Secretary, and she's currently ex-officio too. Thank you for your services, because the service is no longer one, it's been services to the forum. Thank you, ma. The next award goes to him. She's my colleague, my learned colleague. She's my learned colleague. We're lawyers and we know ourselves. Barrister Zizat Olanike Ajaga, as the legal advisor of the forum. Alaja, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Fanion, is Mr. Fanion in this room? Yes. I know a lot of students, both particularly the graduating students, they know him is a go-to person. BUPF staff, our greatest support, our support system. Mr. Fanion, thank you for your support to the forum. We appreciate it. Madam Secretary is very busy and she has an award and she's busy. So this award goes to the past BUSA president, Anulika Eberechukwu Abariko. I know she's not in the room. Mr. Toby, do us the honor to pick this award for the person that you handed the mantle of leadership to. Thank you, sir. I always say something. Toby is my son. I always say, I'm yourself, my son. You have actually done greatly well. So anyone coming behind you do not have an option. You don't have an excuse not to do well. And I'm grateful that Eberechukwu happens to be the first female BUSA president. Maybe let's say women supporting women. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, Mrs. Gold, can you please come up? Mrs. Gold. Mrs. Amma, please come for your award. Thank you. Our neighbor moderator happens to be the General Secretary of the forum. You know she did excellently well. Thank you. Thank you for your service and your continuous service to the forum. Mrs. Gold is our second Assistant Secretary, representative of the of the registrar on the forum. Thank you so much for your service to the forum. Let me do the honor of calling the Vice Chancellor for this award. I'll tell you the reason why. In this life, there's one or two things that I have learned. And I always say this often. If you don't clap for yourself, will any other one clap for you? No one will clap for you if you're not careful. So, if you don't find yourself, no one will stand to find you in life. So I'm a member of the school of thought that says that first thing I do in my life, and maybe as a child, I've learned it over the years, I celebrate myself. I celebrate my wins, either small or big. So in view of that, this award that the Vice Chancellor is coming up to present, I'm going to announce it myself. Goes to me, myself.
early the chairperson. Congratulations. Award of Excellence presented to Barrister Mrs. Abifuruke Ayokunle, ACRS, ACRARB, Chairperson Bells Investment Fund, recognition of your outstanding contributions and support to the forum. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Because the VC will always say, blow your trumpet. If you don't blow it, nobody will help you to blow it. And I like you students to take from this. You celebrate yourself. If you don't, no one will. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We can do better. Please let's put our hands together for how everyone has gotten a award. That was wonderful. We are getting to the end. In the next 2 hours will close. Please, let's say 2 minutes. Sorry. So it was a skip of tango. Bear with me. Please, next on the agenda is vote of thanks and closing remarks, which will be handled by Engineer Professor M.O. Jimo. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes to the podium for vote of thanks and closing remarks. If you are tired, please put your hands together so that we can close on time. If you don't clap, we're not closing. So if you are tired, please clap very well.
Thank you.
The immediate Vice Chancellor, the management team, BUPF past ESCOs, the present ESCOs, parents, staff of BEST University of Technology, and the students for making it a day with us. This is one of our day in BEST. As a parent, as a staff, and as a student, you have added joy to us, and we appreciate your presence, we appreciate your coming. And it is our prayer that as you go back to your destinations, the Almighty God will go with you, and you will arrive safely in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that powerful but very short closing remarks. Please, I need to give a very important announcement before we go to closing prayer and the national anthem. Please, while the program is about to come to an end, when it comes to an end, will please all remain standing while the principal officers file out in order. So please, nobody should leave until they all leave the auditorium. Please, it's very important we sustain that tradition. Please, next on the agenda is the closing prayer. Is somebody happy to hear that? Okay. So let's have the closing prayer, which will be handled by Mr. Ismail Baje. Then after that, we'll have the national anthem and the university anthem, and we close. Please, let's put our hands together to welcome him on the podium for closing prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's a pity that I'm a public servant. And a public servant who don't do prayer again. But thank God I'm covered by the Vice Chancellor. I will do it today. Let us pray. In the name of Almighty Allah, we thank you for giving us the day. As we are about to move into our different abode, we pray you to come and protect us and guide us. And we pray that the subsequent program for this year 28th anniversary will be a success. In the name of Almighty Allah, I pray. Amen.
Thank you, sir. So while we remain standing, please let's have the university anthem and then the national anthem. Then there'll be group photograph and the police officers will file out. The media.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. No tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland.
Amen. Amen. It's actually a prayer. So please let's remain standing while visitors file out for group photographs. Please let's remain standing, no movement until your file out. Thank you everyone for your time. We appreciate your time with us here today. It's been a wonderful moment, and I count it a privilege to be the master of ceremony of this program. Once again, I remain Dr. Dr. Thank you very much, everyone.